And the only way to be able to do this is the same character the whole time. So Fisting Philip returns. This is kind of interesting because the last time we did the fist run to test out the dragon form on this, we were level 1. We're going to level this time. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting to see how good it is with leveling. I think it might be just stupid in terms of how easy it is. But yeah, we'll see if we can go for a quick run. I think it'll be best to try to have a decent amount of strength right off the bat. So we'll do Bandit, Master Key, and then appearance doesn't even matter on this one. You'll see in a second why that is. Start the timer and then see how quickly I can actually get this item here. I believe I have it in the inventory. Sweet. We gotta take off all the armor. Ah! What stats do you need other than vigor? I don't actually know if the strength scales Dragon Torso Stone in this game. I don't know. I'm not sure. We might not need any other ones. Could just be endurance and then a little bit of health as well. Also, Andy, what's up? Bodat, how are you doing? Harry, Abe, thank you for the good luck. Is that how you say that? A-E-B, Abe. Divine, how are you doing? You beast. I actually am a beast right now. If you look at this, look at that. Yosalicious, welcome back. How are you? Almost caught up on sleep, Denny. What is your average sleep that you aim for? How many hours? How many hours does everybody try to get? Probably shouldn't have even picked up the battle axe. That might be a crime. That might be illegal on this run. Ralph, you aim for 3 hours of sleep, really. Maybe that's why you always have so many amazing experiences you're talking about, like with goblins and different mythical creatures. You're probably hallucinating.
Regretted.
Thick Kilo, how are you doing? What's going on? 8? 8's a pretty good one. 8's, I think, middle of the road of recommendations. 6 to 8, okay. 6 is more than enough for you. Nice. 7 to 8 on average would need about 10. Yeah, 10 is where I start feeling kind of weird. 9 is more than enough for me. 7 is very good operation. 6 is doable consistently. Anything under 6 consistently is pretty hard. Alright, so that is what the fist damage is looking like on the dragon form right now. For anyone that hasn't seen Dragon Torso Stone, I highly recommend you use it. We did a run where it was all the content plus the DLC. At the point of DLC, it does become a little bit tricky. That run will be in full on the second channel if you want to see it, but if you missed it, it's pretty cool. It's actually a fun run once you get into the harder stuff. The CIA is always bothering you. Oh, damn. That sucks. You love sleeping over 10 hours? I remember whenever I would pull an all-nighter when I was younger with like a friend or something, there'd be like a good 10 to 12 hours sleep after that, and you feel like you woke up and you didn't know what year it was or your name. You're just like, what's going on, man? You had a bad period where you only slept 2 hours a night, but it was destroying the physical health. Unearthly, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Was it like insomnia or by choice? Dragon looks so out of place. Looks like a mod. So that's the funny thing, is there were some people actually thinking this was a mod. But it is not. You have to offer, I think it's 30 dragon scales to the Covenant in Ash Lake. And then you get the Torso Stone. Headstone makes you get the same face as this character. And you can breathe fire. This one, when you use the item to transform, it turns you into this appearance, boosts the fist damage. And I think it has its own defense values and everything. But the weird thing is the fist damage doesn't show up in the actual stats. Like if you went to go to the stat page, it wouldn't show as a weapon or anything. And in Dark Souls 2, if you were putting on Vanquisher's Seal as the ring, it does show you a difference. And you also get this little boosts. So your attack goes up by a little bit for like 5 seconds. Ben, what's going on, man? Much love. How are you doing? Thought this would take forever, but you have the dragon stuff. Yeah, I don't think you can beat DS1 with bare fists if you don't have this item. If anyone can find a video or proof that someone's done it, I'd love to see it. But with 4 kings, I genuinely don't believe you can do it. Just because the amount of them that'll spawn eventually. Sticker, how are you doing, man? I appreciate that, thank you. Welcome. 8 to 9 is perfect. Memorian, how are you going? How are you doing? Oh, sorry, Momorana Grande? Wait, how do you say your name? That's a crazy name. Momoriana Grande. Okay, that's how you say that. Memori. Somehow when you wake up at 6 for work, even 10's not enough. Yeah, I guess it also depends on your fatigue physically from previous day and all that, and mentally as well. All these different factors that play into restfulness or recovery that aren't one system, unfortunately. We always look at everything as like singular, I think, or we like to think of it, but there's all separate systems that don't sync up properly sometimes. Now say it 10 times fast. Memoria Grande, Memoria Grande, Memoria Grande. I can say it now. See, you weren't thinking I was going to be ready for it, but I was. Maybe the whole thing was a plant. Like, this person's not even actually a real person. I just made a second account, went on mobile under my desk on my phone, and then just farmed for engagement on the stream. Got paid $17 just for that extra comment right there in advertising. Okay, so I think that we were going to go and get... Was it Lloyd's Talismans on this one for Taurus Demon and everything? I don't think we need that, do we? We don't need Hydra. We're not doing all bosses, so it doesn't matter doing Taurus Demon here. I think we can leave the Undead Merchant completely. Without the bow, though, Ingward is going to be pretty tricky, so I think my health will be important to get into the area with the seal, specifically. Like, to actually get the seal from him without fire bombs or anything. It will be a little bit of a journey on that one. But then again, we can also just kill some of the ghosts. We could take it a bit slower on that part. I'm going to aim to not die too much. And also, Earthy, you're saying you had some life problems and it reflected on sleep. Started losing some weight as well. We were getting irritable, heart rate was weird, whole body was falling apart. I'm glad that you bounced back from that. That's crazy. It's weird how you can recover from those sort of things and you think back and you're like, what? Like, what was going on then, right? Naturally, you do 4 to 6 hours, so you can manage. Okay. Yeah, I'd say for everybody, try to get at least 6 hours. Yeah, I remember when I was doing 4 hours, and I would drink like 4 or 5 coffees, and then try to... Basically, I was doing the streaming part-time, I was working full-time, and then sometimes extra on top of that, and I'd still try to have a social life, and the way I would do it was I wouldn't sleep, really. And it was not... And I was working overnight full-time at that time, too. So, very terrible health. It's crazy. Okay, so for Andre, I don't think we need to worry about him. I'm not going to kill him yet, though, because he would probably retaliate and just smoke me with the dropkick. It's always 4 kings ruining the run. Dude, it literally is a factor of Deacons, 4 kings. And then I think Gideon is a pretty relatable one on Elden Ring, where like you're probably not going to get past Gideon for a lot of things. Okay, we're just going for gargoyles right away. This is going to be crazy. Oh, the backstab. Hey, can I make it? I'm going to put Grasscrest Shield on just to parry and to block, but I'm not going to hit anything with it. So it's not a weapon, don't worry. It's all good. Oh, this is... Dude! So unlucky. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I should have backed back up. When we did this for all bosses, I was able to make it there right away, but the dude that attacked me in the door, I pulled back on him to make him do the long range. Okay. Round 2. By the time you finish this marathon, Night Rain will be released, Pirate. I think we're going to be able to do it in less time than I thought. Because we are going to be doing Vanquisher's Seal for Dark Souls 2. I'm going to start the game with it. We start with Dragon Torso Stone on this one. Dark Souls 3 will be the one that takes a little bit more effort, but we practiced it a lot lately. So I think it's definitely doable. The marathon with the 5 games is going to be crazy. Elden Knight, dude. Please. Again? Okay. Okay. Gargoyles don't want to fight me right now. Maybe I should have went for Quelaag first. Could have been smarter. Could have just got the church set up all the way back to Quelaag and then homeward bone to here. I'm too stubborn though. I have to keep going. I have to keep trying. We need to just run on the left side of the stairs and get the Baldur to pivot. Or just parry him maybe? I don't know. Doesn't that kind of sleep deprivation kill your gains? I didn't really have many gains at that time. So for me, I've always been trained and then untrained for most of my life until the last 6 years, I would say. Like at 24, I started being consistent and I didn't stop from there. But before that, it was always like a year or two of training. Then I would stop for a year or two at months and then stop for months. It would never be consistent since I was a kid. So I wouldn't say that really counts because I would always lose everything and then just gain it back. All right, here we go. Here we go. Yep, that's it. That's all I need. Okay. But yeah, I wasn't really worried about health there. I was definitely worried more about trying to do everything, and it just didn't make any sense. The thing to cut out was the social life, and then I could have done about 64 hours a week of the stream and working full-time, and still got a good sleep, for sure. And then just drank way less coffee. And eventually I came around and made adjustments. Oh my god, streamer, how did you do that much damage to gargoyles? Oh no, what if they kill you, streamer? What are you going to do? So yeah, damage on this one's insane. Until pretty late into it. Gwyn probably won't be a very fast fight, but I am gonna still grab Hornet Ring. I think it does increase the fist effectiveness. I think it did last time. Am I move swapping? No, when you use the Dragon Torso Stone, the Dragon form has a really strong punch on it. So this is like, if you guys load up the game right now, you just use this item, you're gonna do crazy damage. And I think it's underrated. Not a lot of people know about that. I literally didn't know until months ago. Someone told me, and then I looked up some information on it, and I thought the same thing. I was like, wait, is that like some sort of speedrun trick or something like that, or is that actually the game? Because the stat sheet doesn't show you anything about it. It's almost kind of like an Easter egg. Is Dragon form really fist though? It's more like a slap or a claw swipe. It is kind of like a claw swipe, yeah. A little bit. There is a punch, I'm pretty sure. Or wait, is it a headbutt? Gotta double check and see. What's R2? No, R2's kind of like a punch. There's one that's a headbutt though. Yeah, it looks really funny actually. Is it the jumping attack? Which one's the headbutt? I don't remember. Anyways, we're gonna go to Quelaag. I'll level a little bit right here. Oh, it's the roll attack. Yeah, roll attack is a headbutt. That's insane. CB did all bosses fists only hitless DS3 in around 7 hours. You wouldn't expect DS3 to take too long. He did consumables to help though. That's pretty sick, dude. All bosses hitless, fists only. It's kind of like short range, no upgrades, new game +7. Like the run that Gino did there. So you have like way less ability to connect the attacks. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 will be very easy with Vanquishers. I did a test run of it yesterday, and we got to Giant Lord at 5 hours. I made a crazy amount of mistakes, so I was very slow. Best I could imagine getting to the end at is around 4 hours, and then you have Throne Watcher and Defender, which would probably take up to 5, because that fight by itself, I've done fists only without the ring, and it was almost an hour long. It was like 58 minutes, with quite a few mistakes, but just factoring in that they heal each other, right? Okay, we're going to kick Lautrec off the edge here to get the Favor and Protection ring for a little bit. Also, Happy Gamer, how are you doing? Welcome back. Doing so much damage, putting in 10% power behind those punches. It's the magical reptile claws. He's got cooties. Whoever had him as an owner didn't clean the cage for too long, so he's got residue underneath his nails that's toxic, and it's doing quite a bit of damage, dude. It's doing the Britney Spears damage. We need the music video with this character doing the dance to the song. Does the Dragon Torso have a kick? I don't think he does. I'm pretty sure the... Wait. Oh, no, he does. Sorry, no. Wait, I wonder if the kick does damage on this one. Yeah, I thought it was a different animation. Never mind. Absolutely banned. Yeah, it reminds me of a dude that's in a suit from a movie from the 1980s that's supposed to look like a creature of some sort. And the feet are kind of like the things you would use to scuba dive. Like he's gonna be in the water or something. And the wings are completely fake. They're just like bolted onto his back. Join another stream. Sorry, joined into the stream and thought he told me much love and you were confused, Ben. Ben thought he was the only person here. Ben, it's okay. All the accounts on both channels are literally just me making accounts vigorously. And then I have pre-recorded gameplay from a guy that lives under my desk that I feed saltine crackers in Dixie cups of water. I'm going to upgrade him to bottles of water soon, and he's going to get so much better at the game. But that's the only way to keep it up. Chosen Undead's punching form. How awful it is. The regular Hollow in this game, the punching is it's not terrible. It's okay. His jab, the heavy one, looks like it would be a good haymaker to the kidneys or something like that. To the liver. Scuba fins. Yeah, it looks like he has scuba fins on his feet. The 90s Godzilla feeling. Okay, so if I could ever interview Miyazaki, one of the questions I would ask him is, what was the reasoning behind this particular design? Like, who in the office made this guy? And then why did they change it later? Because the other ones were a little bit more cool looking. This one is still my favorite, but it doesn't make much sense as a dragon. It almost kind of looks deformed, too. It's like if you were born as a dragon, but then you were kind of supposed to be a human, too. And you defied evolution. I think the one from Dark Souls 3, if you were to go dragon form in that, and then it sprouted giant wings, I could see it actually being some sort of dragon-like character. Makes a little bit more sense. It's kind of like a goat still, but it has an animal vibe to it. Oh, dude. No, we're not dying on Quelaag. It's impossible. I'm not allowed to die on Quelaag. I've never had that happen in my life. Anytime it happened, it was just a dream. It wasn't real. Swigging the Estus from the neck of the character. So I'm gonna just stick with my theory of guy in a suit. That's why it has that animation when he transforms. Like there's a cloud that pops up and he quickly does a quick costume change from like a magic show or something. It's a quick change costume. It's got like a zipper all the way down the side and just flaps and then flips over. Can't believe no one's ever died to Quelaag. Dude, the start of this run has been kind of rough, actually. I got to take this one a little bit more seriously. Dragon of Faram Azula. Oh, man. Wish you could actually be a dragon in this one. Like, I know you can control some of the boss fights. I've seen people be Artorias before, but imagine being Calamite and playing the whole game. Trying to fit through the doorways. Matthew, what's up, man? Forgot how funny the punch looked in DS1. It's a scaly suit, yeah. Definitely special effects makeup. Same neck feature as Smough suit. So yeah, that's actually one thing that I've mentioned over time. I've known that for a while, but people get surprised still.
So the world might
And then I
be
finally saw a
mended.
video, I think it was last year, someone made a video
So the
explaining
world might be mended.
Smough's helmet is not actually a helmet. Like, it's not even a helmet, it's like a hat on top of his head. And the part where the neck is connecting into his chest are where his eyeballs are. Where the face on the mask is not actually his head. So he's much shorter. And even the actual suit itself, this is what I believe at least, the art book shows him fairly athletic. So it's not like a form-fitting suit. The armor is kind of like a cage around his body, and it has really, like, it's a pretty big distance from where he is in the suit. So he's in like this big shell. That's the weird thing. So he's actually closer to the size of Ornstein. Presumably. Like, he's still a little bigger, but he's actually way closer to the size of Ornstein than I thought he was. And he's shorter too, in a way, than we thought. He still has a gigantic hammer though, so that's a little bit suspicious. I think it's hollow, dude. It's not real. Also special effects. There's a guy that throws a firebomb that explodes as soon as he hits you with the hammer in the background and you can't see him. It's assisted damage. Smough was like a small giant who was pretty jacked. Yeah, he's probably the size of, I would say maybe Godfrey, maybe a little bit smaller than that. Bloodborne playing as Maria and Gurman. Dude, I actually haven't seen that before. If you have a clip of that, send me it, especially if there's like a way to download it and play it. I want to do something like that. And kind of maybe even compare which boss would be the best to play through the game with if you use their controls. Since it's completely different, a lot of their animations and behavior and stuff wouldn't even be the same as each other. They'd have like a completely different script per enemy. So some of them have sidesteps, some of them have jumps, some of them don't have any movement that's that good at all. And if we could use all of them, it would be really cool to compare that. All right, both bells done. In 21 minutes, can you imagine? Actually, you know what? For Sens, let me be a little bit safe here. I'm gonna put on favor and protection like someone that actually is playing the game for real. Okay, yeah, so strength is making left-hand weapon go up, but right-hand weapon's not increasing. I don't think it's doing anything at all. We'll do 30 vitality, a little bit of endurance. This is any percent? Yeah, we're going to be doing any percent for all 3 games. And then I was doing some research earlier, and I noticed you can actually do fists only on Demon Souls. So after I get in the groove with the 5-game damageless attempts that we were going to do from that marathon, we were doing a sub-incentive thing where you guys unlocked a really silly condition that I put on the list as a joke, but it actually was unlocked, where I would attempt 5 games damageless back-to-back. So I promised that I would do that. I am going to start doing that. And we're going to get the first bit of it going around the time Night Rain is coming out. So once Demon Souls is all dialed in for that, then I'm going to do the fists only on that too. And we'll do a soul level 1 run on it, because I've never completed one. But once Demon Souls is learned, we've already done the Bloodborne. So Bloodborne any percent, the Trilogy any percent, plus Demon Souls back-to-back, one stream. Fists only. Insane. Like, that's a little bit different than how I thought the next 5-game run would go that's more chill. It's pretty wild, but I think it'll be really fun, though. It'll actually be really hard, too, to do all 5 of them. But I want to get quick enough at them where it's not like I'm just there forever dying over and over. And then this one, again, is a freebie. Dark Souls 2 is kind of a freebie if I want to use the Vanquisher Seal. Jerry, thank you for the 2 months, man. Welcome back. How are you doing? This only Sekiro? So actually, Sekiro, as much as that you might be joking about that, you can technically do something similar where you just stomp on people's heads. So it'd be like kick only, or I guess jump only on that game. Okay, we need the ring for Nito, so I'm going to send this down. Put it towards Big Hat Logan. Yeah, the Cobra fell off. Oh, dude! That was really weird, man. At the same time as I got stuck, the thing went over my shoulder. He got killed by the arrows, and then some guy in the distance got hit by the boulder. That was a lot going on at once there. I was kind of confused. My brain was trying to decide between what to pay attention to. And then, oh, then that guy's showing up. Okay, wait, the mechanism didn't get switched back. I forgot we can just keep running right here. It's only when you get to this room. And then what we'll do is we'll purposely get hit by it. And then you do the jump and you get boosted right into here. Nice. It was a joke, didn't know you could do that. Yeah, you can do posture only, or posture damage only, where you literally jump on everybody's head until the yellow bar on Sekiro maxes out, which makes them available for a critical attack. And you only win based on doing the critical attack, which you could say is using the weapon, but it's like literally the only way to not swing the weapon. And there's been people that have done that before too. The thing about it that's interesting though is because you can't parry, all the movesets you would normally influence by, you know, canceling combos and everything, wouldn't happen that way. So you'd see a lot of attacks. You have to deal with a lot of things that you'd never see if you're playing pretty optimally. And I don't actually know how to do Sekiro many other ways. I just know how to parry every attack pretty diligently, and then if I miss it, it just is a block, but they eventually stop attacking, right? So you cut out a lot of information. Oh, we don't need cage key, do we? What are we trying to get here? Let's see. To be fair, I don't really need anything. Yeah. We just said hi to the merchant, that's it. I don't think anything matters there. How's you doing? What's going on, man? Welcome. Compensating, the dragon guy. Shows up to the first day on the job. It's just like, we just said bring boots. He's just wearing a full dragon suit. He's just like, rah! Why are you a Drake? So the fist damage. It's all for the fist damage. And also, I really like being a dragon on this one too. I think it's my favorite look out of all of the torso stones. But it has, look how ridiculous it hits for though. It's like over 300 damage on some of the enemies. And mind you, this is on NG, so you could realistically get this before killing a single boss, if you wanted to spend a lifetime. The problem with it is that, like, let's say you did fists only from the very beginning of the game, which I'm going to explain this. I'm going to make a video on this and explain every detail of why we're doing it this way and everything. But long story short, you farm the dragon scales. Sure, you could use a weapon. The drop rate on them is pretty low, so let's say you boost the drop rate the most you can and don't kill a single boss. You'll be there for a long time, probably hours. And then let's just say you do fists only. You're doing 1 damage per punch, maybe 2 damage to the drakes. And you have no reinforcement on the character to survive, right? So it's kind of rough. Which is why you can do one of 2 other things. You could just start off with the stone if you wanted to. Or you could do a glitch where essentially Andre duplicates an item for you. You buy a bunch of longswords from him on the PC version by clicking off the screen and also using the controller at the same time, and you can duplicate items that way. And you duplicate the 1 scale that you would get from Blighttown early on. That's guaranteed. And that would get you the 30, and you could just go run to Ash Lake and trade it. I didn't want to do any glitches on this one or even have extra time in the beginning. I wanted to be pretty fluid. But I'm probably going to do something eventually that shows you guys how to do that, and just to learn it. So there's the glitch way. You could play through the game very casually for a long time and then get 30 scales passively and go into New Game Plus as well. So those are different ways, but I do recommend if anybody actually has this item, use it, and then also use the buff on it too. Even with weapons, if you have Red Tear Stone, Crown of Dusk especially, or actually, sorry, it would be Red Tear Stone, a buff for a weapon that's really strong, maybe even tumble buffing by glitching a buff onto a non-buffable weapon, and then you do, what else? Maybe Hornet's Ring or something like that. You go for a parry. You can do all that stuff, and then use the buff for 5 seconds right before from this, and you'll do the most damage you possibly can do. It's absolutely nuts. Yeah, this is on NG. I just used DSR Gadget to drop the item. It helps you make PvP builds, and like you can do really weird camera tricks and stuff if you wanted to, like maybe get B-roll for a video. You can change the filters and like the appearance of the game with it. Can warp to bonfires if you need to warp out of an area you get stuck in. Where would be best to DM you the Bloodborne mod for playing as Maria and Gurman? On Twitch would probably be the easiest for me, but if you have my Discord tag, you can just send it on there too. Also, CJ, dude, honestly, thank you for making some time while you're taking a break at work. That's incredible. I appreciate that. Hope you have a good rest of your day as well. What are you eating, if you have any time to mention? All right, we're doing this without the bow this time. Oh, he backstepped right there. That's interesting. Okay. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Nice. Very clean escape there. Dottied, how are you doing? Are you the only one who feels like enemies do more damage when you have higher max HP? So because of the I guess it wouldn't, well, maybe not even percentage. I don't know if that would be the right word. What I think you're feeling when you see that, or what you're interpreting, is the bar on this game is like artificially big. It goes across the screen way more than the other games per level of health. So the region in which it expands is larger, so when you get hit for a certain number, it takes more health. And you don't actually have a, what's it called? You don't have like a, what is it? Like an incredible amount of defense early in the game either, so you're gonna see like gigantic chunks taken away. I think it's a combination of that. So if you just put in vitality, especially early, it looks silly. Max HP can go over the bar limit. Yeah, there's a point where it caps out. I've just noticed in this one too, it looks like you're getting hit a lot harder on many things. But the bar is bigger though. The bar is definitely bigger. Especially compared to Dark Souls 2. Okay, run off, please. Ah. Pro tip, if you want the Silver Knight to run off on the ledge, get him to go into the thrust animation, then run 5 feet back from where you were. Most of the time, he will actually immediately chase you off. Follow for more tips and tricks. Oh man, that's funny. Old Monster Hunter was like that. Screen-wide health and stamina bars. I think I've seen a few streams where that was the case. Monster Hunter to me is still very weird though. There's so many mechanics in it that I don't even know. I don't even have a single idea about. Looks like you would have to study an encyclopedia of information to be very competent playing it and very intuitive with it. I had a roommate where he tried to get me into Monster Hunter probably like 10 times. And then we got a third roommate towards the time where I was moving out. And he was also into it too. And they went crazy. They'd have their friends over and it would be like a living room full of people just screaming over Monster Hunter. They played every version of it. They were like, yo, are you going to get the new one? Are you going to get the new one? Dude, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Looks really good though. It looks like the people that are hardcore about it, I can understand. Seems like they made a very interesting experience that's kind of unique to itself. When you get into it, it's very, very in-depth. And the old ones still look like they hold up too. I think one of the reasons I didn't play it way back and then have nostalgia is probably because no one I knew was into it, even when they had older versions. Yeah, if I played it as a kid, I probably would have gotten into the new ones. Okay, we're gonna see if we can end up a little closer to the door here so we can get the immediate elevator. And then as I say that, he jumps away. Nice. All right, Smough, let's see. Can we do it? Immediate elevator? Dude, yes, okay. And pop the soul. Real speedrunning tricks. The information they did not want you to know. Secrets of Dragon Man's instantaneous teleportation. As a Neo enjoyer, you're intrigued if Monster Hunter has more mechanics. Heard it gets quite complex. Yeah, I had a person recommend me a channel that explains it to people that are newer, and he's like super hardcore about challenges and everything. Oh, I couldn't digest it. It was too much, man. it was a lot. Yeah, I would have to actually play it probably. And I've tried World. I tried World for 20 minutes. Some of my friends, when we were on a trip, they were doing a LAN party at the location we were staying at. They brought their stuff, and they're like, "Hey, you should try it." Tried to hunt this. It was like a dinosaur, and then I don't even know if I killed it. It ran away or something after. And I think that was the point. I don't know. It was really weird. I was like, we're not supposed to kill the thing. All right, so now we have to go to Lord Vessel. We'll do that, and then I think I'm just gonna get Nito done first. So we're gonna need, yeah, that, and then the Asylum trip. I really want to try Duke Skip on this run too. I really want to go for it and see if I can get it. Because we already died and everything. It's not like there's a lot of pressure for that. The only problem is I didn't grab the bow, so yeah, I need a bow for Duke Skip. Trying to think of where we could make up for that. I guess on the way to Sif, I go back down and I grab it really quick.
You sorry fool. You could not be...
World is okay, but Iceborne is your favorite game of all time. What is Iceborne? Is that a Monster Hunter game, like a full-on game, or an expansion? That was Anjanth. You didn't cart 3 times, probably didn't know what you were doing. Like, you know the exact name of the guy. Oh, it's DLC for Worlds, okay. So what's the consensus on Monster Hunter Wilds? Is it better? Also, Argonox, how are you doing? What's up? Really envy your calm approach to these games. Fascinating. Watch a lot of the runs. Seems you never really get annoyed. Oh, I get super annoyed. Oh my god. I think that's actually, I probably get more annoyed than I get mad. And when I used to actually get mad, and then like my level of annoyance combined, I had a pretty bad attitude. But it wasn't like I would rage though. So you wouldn't see me like throwing things, or maybe I wouldn't even rage quit as often. I'd still keep playing. But like me playing continuously after getting mad would like feed it into a deeper level of annoyance. And it'd be like self-loathing at that point. So in my opinion, rage is more interesting to... Oh my god, don't die. I died, yeah. Forgot I had to... See, that's percentage based. I looked at the big health bar and it threw me off. Completely forgot. I was misled by the health bar there. We were just talking about that. Should have had the full heal. Yeah, like my own annoyance would like become just like self-deprecation, and then I think that's less interesting to watch than someone actually breaking a controller in half or screaming. If the screaming and the breaking controllers are funny, like I've enjoyed that. You can have your moment to just freak out and then get back to it. That's, in my opinion, that's more interesting. But, yeah, like I've never really been one to do that unless it's like an extreme situation. Like it wouldn't be games or anything. So I do appreciate it. I've definitely become way more chill. I wasn't as chill before playing this stuff. Okay, we're gonna see if we can outrun Bone Wheels here. And Skeleton. Where is he? There's two of them right now. Okay. Wild is whack. You don't like it? It looks exactly the same to me, which is probably insulting to people that like that game. It looks identical. When it came out, I didn't know it existed still. I was like, am I watching the original? Oh, we got so lucky on Pinwheel. That's nuts. That would have been an amazing fight on a run where we can't use Red Tear Stone. And had pretty low damage. That was super lucky. Man, I can't believe we've died multiple times, and this is still under an hour now. Wow. It's not even necessarily just the damage, but the lack of setup. Maybe it's more entertaining to see someone rage and break stuff, but it's far more interesting to see someone be calm. I do agree. There can be moments where it's like maybe someone takes that as a lesson and then they try to incorporate that and it helps them actually achieve something that's better. So if it actually gets you somewhere, that's good. That's very good. But like I do know people that will freak out and they'll still be like really good. Like they'll still be skilled and they won't quit. Like they won't give up. So I think there's differences between effort and like persistence outside of emotional reaction for moments. But perpetual emotional turmoil and all that's like pretty bad for doing things that are hard, I would say. And for life too, because life can be hard for sure. So you definitely want to get better at that over time. All right, we got glowy boy feet now. All in favor of me playing Expedition 33 on stream one day, Nate. I'm not into the turn-based games. That's the only thing, man. I've watched a little bit of it. It looks pretty cool, but can't do the Final Fantasies and all those other things. I'll make you a promise, though. I will do a Pokemon Nuzlocke. I'll do the equivalent of like a Deathless on that game, or whatever you call it. So you can't fail a battle, and then everything that dies in battle you discard completely, and you have to remake your party over and over. I would do that on one of the games I'm nostalgic about, like Gen 3 or Gen 2, 100%. And that's stuff that people find really interesting when you do like insane things, but I think it'd be interesting to see the crossover of the community, because I know some people that they do some things on this, but they also play those games and they're more hardcore on those. And then I know people that have dabbled in those in the Souls community, but there's not enough people doing that kind of stuff, in my opinion, for the Souls creators. So I would try that. That was actually originally a plan for last year, and I had the original hardware to do it and a way to capture it. And then I ended up selling the device that I was using for it for a profit, because I was really into like flipping retro hardware and then taking retro hardware, modifying it, and then I ended up acquiring the analog pocket and I flipped it for a profit. So I was like, you know, I'll take some extra money and then we'll get another set of base Game Boys, and I'll modify them again in the future with what I made off of them, and then anyone wants them that I know, just sell them without actually trying to be as like you know, dialed in on paying attention to it and dealing with the messages and everything. All right, let's go with Nito now. How old am I, Denny? Guess. 25 and 55, Hemiac. That's a really great range. I like it. You have a high chance of being right there. Although I did get called 24 last year. Someone thought I was 24, which is pretty cool. But I think it'd be increasingly harder to think that the more the discussion persisted. Like, we only talked for maybe like a minute, so they probably didn't have enough to go off of. But longer they talked, it'd probably be like, okay, never mind. But I knew some people that are pretty young that, I mean, they still look fairly young. They don't look old, but I know people that are pretty young that maybe personality-wise, they could pass for like 40 for sure. Younger than you, Cypher? Back in my day, we could say back in my day, but I would be part of the memory though. So I think we've aged together in that way. You could even tell the kids, you could be like, I remember when there was just level 1 no deathless, and then I'd be like, I was playing level 1 no deathless and I was dying a lot. They'd be like, what the hell's level 1? And they're like, why are you not playing games on holograms? Like, Dad, pass the Air Mac iPod Pro Vision to me. I want to watch some more short videos that are 10 seconds. You get mistaken for mid-20s and you're 46. That's amazing, dude. That's my goal. Actually, it might be a little bit too late to get mistaken for mid-20s at 46, unless I do something crazy at this point, but maybe just a similar age range in the next 10 years. We'll see. Yeah, I have a friend that actually just turned 40, and he looks about my age, and it's wild. He hasn't really looked different since I met him, to be fair. I've known him for probably 8 or 9 years, and he looks about the same. Go with the full skin transplant. I gotta talk to the Fallout ghouls, man. I gotta get a consultant in the ghoul community and see what kind of bootleg prices they have for face replacements. Look like freaking Murphy, dude. Get some RoboCop vibes going. And then like I can learn how to be so good at like mimicking a robot's movement that they'll think I'm an android. I'll spray paint the base face silver, and then we'll get the surgery on top of it and make the seams really sketchy. Or it looks like I just like glued it on. I'll just be like, how many hours in all the Souls games, Cappy? It's a lot, dude. Just Dark Souls 3 alone is so much that if you combined it with every other game, including Elden Ring and Sekiro, it's in the the early 5 digits. It's like over 10,000 hours for like all 7 games. But some of them, ironically, with that being said, are so low that you guys in chat will always have higher hours than me, probably. Like, my Demon Souls hours is like 200 and something for all the stuff I've done on it. Very, very low. It's like under 250, I believe. Sekiro is under 350. I think it's on its way to 400. It's just under 350. Elden Ring is still technically under 750. Not even 800. Or no, it's under 700. It's in the 600s still. It's not even 700 yet, I don't think. Or maybe it just crossed that. So not even 4 digits on Elden Ring. People are like probably 4,000 or 5,000 hours on that now. And then the trilogy is where it starts to go up quite a bit. So like 1 and 2 are quite a bit. Definitely thousands. And then 3 is like 2.5 times each DS2 and 1 on their own, for sure. And Bloodborne, it was 1,700 when I checked last time. Which, again, there's still people that I know in chat that have more than that, but depends on what you want to do on the game. Like, if you did Chalice Dungeons, lots of different playthroughs, bit of PvP, co-op, new game to new game 7, first playthrough, you know, lore exploration, you could rack up probably more than I have and not do a single challenge or a speedrun. You could do just challenges and get a lot of hours. But some of the games, they don't have the ability to be played as much. Like Sekiro, I couldn't imagine people having many thousands on unless they were doing that as their main game for challenges or world record attempts. Okay, now we can go to... I guess we could do Sif now, get the bow, so that when we go to Seath, we have the ability to do Duke Skip. And I'm just going to pray that I actually get it. Wonder if we could kill the boars so that we have the first archive bonfire in case I die. It might be good.
Well, you got some nerve.
Dude, Andre's, you can't escape him. He's too good.
I'll tear you to shreds.
PvPing Andre's impossible. We're gonna use the bonfire as a shield here. Oh wait, can you parry Andre? No, there's no way. Yo, he's impossible to kill. I can't believe that. I actually can't believe that. Like when I'm doing that though, keep in mind I spam the parry button. You can look at the controller, and I also spam dodge. You can't do anything. It like freezes you. It's almost like he can like turn back time, and every input you do doesn't work. It doesn't go through. Even if I parried as he walked up, I don't know if anything would happen. Like that right there's that's one attack. That's not actually separate attacks. It looks like he's punching and there's space between. No, that's one animation, dude. You are absolutely screwed. They really did not want you to kill Andre. Goodbye, Estus. Okay, we need drop kick. Dude, look how quick. What's the frame on that punch? Like -2? Like he hit you before you were born? Like you start with half the health bar? What's going on? There's no hope. There we go. That's so scary. He's got the true combo. If Andre was a Tekken player, he would be the #1. He'd be the main character of everybody, and it wouldn't even be called Tekken anymore. It would just be called Andre. Punches preborns. He punches you ethereally. He punches your soul before it even incarnates, and then you feel the pain like before oxygen even hits. You're just like, oh, Andre. It's like, oh, and they're like, your baby was born with half a lifespan because Andre punched it before it was born. It's like, but what? It's impossible. It's like, actually, he punched the idea of the cells forming before they even became the nucleus or whatever. That's how fast his punch is. He punched the future before their time existed. When in a timeless realm, he already dictated time was punched. Oh man. You're right. You can get so emotional during playing. Seems hard to master the comm skill. Not in gaming in particular, but also life in general. It's tricky. Like, definitely emotions are powerful, right? And also, emotional attachment to certain things is hard to be aware of in some cases. So for games, it's nice to really feel successes when you do something cool. You're like, hey, I really enjoyed that. Because you probably paid for the game, so you want to enjoy it. And then also you spent the time, so you want it to be entertainment for you if that's what you're doing. So that's good. But then, like, when it doesn't go well, depending on effort level and also like how serious you are about it, it's easy to fall into being upset about it. And yeah, so it's just kind of trying to modulate that, but it's tricky though. So I think the best thing is just invest the emotion when it's good things, and then when it's not, remember the trivial nature of it and like the elective premise too. It's like you're just deciding to do it. You're not being forced to do anything there. No one's like making you play the game in general, even casually. So just remember you paid for the experience. That's part of it. And then getting good at actually like understanding what goes into an experience ahead of time is huge, because then you're like, okay, I can expect these things. They're just obvious things that are going to happen. I don't know exactly in what order or to what extent, but they're just there. That's part of the details. So if you bought the game and it had the rating from ESRB and it said blood, gore, violence, underneath that there should be an ingredient list of like emotional distress and like other things too in your mind, because you're just like, yeah, I'm going to probably fail. And then the next step would be understanding how failure is actually needed, because you'll probably not be likely to win on a level that's even satisfying on anything that exists, like even games, where it's worthwhile to you, unless you actually fail more times than you actually succeed. And the ratio of failure should always be higher for everything, and that's needed for most things that exist. And then there's some things other people can fail a lot, and you could take the lesson from them and skip certain things, but you can't do that for everything, and sometimes it's not even the best way. So, like, when you understand that really well, then you might actually be looking forward to making the mistakes. In certain cases, at least. Kind of looks like we're just giving Sif a belly rub here. The scratches. Dude, this is such good RNG as well. What a fight, man. Silly. Anybody see Sif? I haven't seen the boss yet. I hit the cutscene button and then like I tried to skip it, but the cutscene kept playing. It looked like a dragon guy was in it. Okay, we got that. Let's go straight to the bow now. Wouldn't be bad. I really wish I grabbed it right away. Could save a lot of time. Your mixer showed up. Unfortunately, there's a big hole in the box and it's dented. So back it goes. Someone stepped on it. Dude, that's crazy. Someone stepped on a mixer and then they still delivered it. So that to me makes me wonder why the carrier wouldn't immediately like put that in their system or like make a note of that to the distributor through their end. Like how does that even work? Unless it happened after that, but that's also even more impressive too. What's going on, Kale? Hope everyone's fine. If not, feel hugged. You want to hug the dragon? I bet he smells like crickets and swamp, something like that. Smells like moss, crickets, and mildew, maybe. Are you going to do this challenge in Dark Souls 3, Kepler? So the goal is right now we're doing the trilogy all together. I'm trying to see how fast it would be to go through all three. Given that, again, Dragon Torso Stone's needed for this one, for the completion of it with fists only. I've never seen any other way. And then with DS2, I chose to go with Vanquisher Seal for the ring to boost the damage, because we tried to practice it. It's a little bit slow. And yeah, it's a little tricky to even justify getting all the equipment in a reasonable time frame that you would need to boost the regular base fist damage, other than Vanquisher Seal being the main driver of the damage. That one will be, it won't be as easy as this, but it'll be definitely like a little bit chill. And then DS3 is pretty hardcore, so it goes up in difficulty with each game as we go, and the time frame of how long it takes it'll probably be similar for DS2 and 3, but it'll go up a little bit after this as well. And then the goal in the future, I want to do 5 games back to back, and I want to make sure that DS2 does not have the Vanquisher Seal, and that we do it the most basic for every single one. So we just have to learn Demon Souls, and then I gotta de-rust Bloodborne, and we'll do that one this year at some point. What soul level? Give me a second. Wait. 51. Galaxy, what's going on, by the way? Your name being blue made me think you were the bot for a second. Okay, so here is where I was thinking, can we make the... Oh, they got stuck for a second. Here, let me do a quit out. I just want to see what happens here. I think we're going to basically quit out, and then we have to still kill the one board to hit the bonfire. Oh, and I sent the lift up. I thought it would still be at the bottom. Just wanted to be safe. Okay, here we go. Killing the first boar here. Can't backstab this one. I got a bit of practice on the randomizer for this. Really good RNG so far. Man, this is like the most still I've seen the boar. They always run away. Nice. Okay, just making sure my HUD scale is the right size. Let's see, it's on 90. We want it 75. For what I was doing before. Sounds pretty wild. To change the scale of the HUD at this point. I usually have it on 0.75. The reason being is we want it to have the hit counter, or not the hit counter, the soul counter in the corner match up with a line on the wall that I'll try to point out while we're doing this. And if I can line it up right, then it should be the right angle to roll for Duke's Skid. But when I did it previously, yeah, the HUD scale was always 0.75. You can do it at any size of HUD. You just have to have a different reference then of what's on the wall then. So bow needs to be on here. And then I think what we do is lever, camera correct. Something like this. Brightness is not set up amazingly here. Doesn't matter too much though. This should be good. Rings, take off this one. We can't do that. Then I was using the keyboard. Oh wait. Wait, what did I do after that part? I'm trying to remember. We're still gonna go for this. I'm trying to remember exactly what was the adjustment after that. Don't lock on, don't lock on. There we go. Oh, sorry, wait. You want it to be like this corner, not here. You have to back up a little bit, I believe. I think that's what it is. That still doesn't seem... Something there still seems a little weird. Still, it's zoomed out all the way. Okay, let me think. I think I had a problem with this before, where I wasn't sure. That still doesn't matter. Okay, let me just double check. Let me look. Let me see. It should be on a fairly recent thing that I did. Oh, controller disconnected, damn it. What was the other adjustment there? Because you have to be completely horizontal. Okay, let's see. There, stay in wood. Oh, you rezoom in. That's what it is. It's the rezoom. Right, okay. I see. It's kind of funny too, the reference that they were giving on that one, it's still different than how I do it. It's like similar, but not exactly the same though. Delivery guy handed it to you that way? Dude, he handed you the package and knew that it had a hole in it and the dent. What? That seems a bit beyond to me. Boris, welcome back as well. Also, Glonker, how are you doing? What's up? Again, I don't know why that's like that. We didn't do the roll off right away. Okay. If we can get the roll off, we're fine, because then no matter where I am on the beam, if it's just the same position where I land, but I'm rotated weird, we're gonna fix the rotation. It's just mainly to get on there, right? You could also kind of just completely freestyle this. I used to do this freeform, and I don't even know how it was even possible that I decided that for the damageless runs, because you're risking an hour and a half every single time. See if I can actually just get it like this. Ooh, look at that. Okay, black bar right there. Oh, I see the thing. Why did I zoom out? We had the right position. I was I just had to look for the reference. Okay, we're fine still. We're still good. That's hilarious. That was it. I just needed to look for the top left corner. Okay, I'm gonna try to explain it the best I can, and we're not gonna talk while I'm doing it so I can focus again. So the black stripe on the wall is one of these little cutouts here when it's going down, if you see that little arch. And then the next thing you look for is a golden flicker from like a little detail on one of the posts in the top left, and then you're good. Took a little too long to get the line there. Postal Service doesn't care at all. Damn. Yeah, for like that seems weird. Seems like they, like, as a business, they would have that as a priority to try to make sure that it's noted that that was damaged. But maybe some of them don't. I've dealt with some that are pretty good. Like, I've had similar things happen. They were pretty cool about it. There we go. Yeah. So we still saved more time overall, but that was a little bit rough, so... By no means is this an incredible speedrun of the DS1 version. Be amazing to get one of the 3 games deathless on this, at the very least, just to get started, because there shall be a day we do all 3 deathless back-to-back like this. Maybe all 5 if I become a maniac and we just get really good at Amelia and Bloodborne and Shadows. How do people find lineups like that? Probably just sitting there just practicing it, because again, like, it was already done freestyle previously, and then you don't have as much of a gap to bridge when it comes to how you set up the camera there. So the logic is that you need to be basically rolling straight to the side and then straight forward, straight back. So you want perfect horizontal vertical movement. Where do you look to get that, right? So you just keep adjusting with that goal in mind, and then you got your answer. And then the next thing is this horizontal reference to be able to roll perfectly in the direction that's diagonal. And so let's say you notice once you zoom out, like you do the roll but you zoom out, and you can see that it's like slightly off to the left or right. You just keep adjusting the reference until it looks a bit more like what you're aiming for. And then you probably end up with a thing where like the reference may not be the best one, but it's close to what is perfect. And over time you dial it to perfect, right? Because I'm sure you could do this in a way that's slightly sloppy and still get it. I don't think it has to be pixel perfect at all for that one. There's a few different variations that could happen, or range. So that's how I would go about it if I wanted to figure it out. Yeah, it is insane though. There's been way crazier things that I've noticed where I asked the same question as you. I'm like, what would it take for, if you had a sample size of individuals that are all pretty good and they all had the experiment to figure out a skip that had never been discovered, and we'll base it on the difficulty of like Farron's skip from DS3. So a 3-frame jump that triggers the death cam, and then deloads assets so you go slightly, not out of bounds, but you know, reverse tank controls from underneath the map while deloading assets, trying to go through everything as fast as you possibly can with movement, but also pulling off the 3-frame jump, right? To trigger the death cam. How would you figure out even the first part to start that, and how many hours would it take? I think that one took, it was between like 8 and 16 hours to figure out. And so that's pretty quick in my opinion for how like essential it is in speedruns now. But if you had, like, let's say 100 other people that weren't distortion, like how long would it take them to find it? That were pretty, if they were pretty good. That's the thing I would wonder. Also, look at this. Streamer used an arrow on the crystal, cheater. want the clam to be killed by Seath now. Okay, laser him, please. He didn't even laser him? Really? Wow. What turned you a dragon, Blue? To do the transformation for the dragon, it's the torso stone item. You get it from the Dragon Covenant. Gotta trade 30 scales normally. We just started with it on this one. But that is how you get it for yourself. Oh. Okay, that's big boy attack. Very good. And that took out the second clan. Cool. Yannikos, for this game specifically, which one was it that you saw? Are you spooky looking lizard guy? Oh, dude, the only way to do this is you got to be the spooky looking lizard. I will give somebody a very generous gift if they beat this game with fists only and they're not a spooky lizard man. That sounds very ambiguous, but it's got to be bare fists on any looking character. Doesn't matter who you are. You can't be spooky lizard man, but you got to beat the game with fists only. No Castus, no other fist weapons. Do that and you get a gift. I'll give you a gift. If you don't stream, I'll buy you a game on Steam. How about that? I'll buy you Night Rain, or I'll buy you something else. I'll buy you Duskbloods. All right, now. Gonna go... Can't do Beta Chaos yet, I don't think. I think we'll do 4 Kings first. Swap to Flip Ring, save this. I probably would have taken a little bit of damage. I don't know if I'd get instant curse, but it definitely saved that aspect of it. Like a little bit. They have a lot of wacky skips or glitches in general, more so than other games. Oh, definitely. They're in a category that's particular for the skips and all that. I wouldn't say it's as high up there as SM64 Ocarina. Those are very thoroughly refined, and just some of the ideas are not even, like, they don't even necessarily have their own logic. They're just crazy. This one, for more tame games, yeah, definitely. It's probably near the peak of weird skips and all that. Liza P has some cool ones too. I don't know if that's because of Unreal Engine particularly. Don't know enough about how that plays into everything, because this is using Havoc physics. And I don't have a comparison of another game that uses Havoc physics outside this series. But Unreal seems to make quite a few other things weird. Like Doom is pretty weird. From what I've seen. Evil Within was really weird too for some of the skips. I remember that. The second one, oh my god. Outlast was also very interesting. You could like close the door and then go get ported through the ceiling and stuff. Haven't seen any Liza P skips. You want to not spoil yourself. Make sure that you don't see anything from it. It's worth playing completely blind. If you see a single clip, I'm gonna have to show up with the Men in Black Mind Eraser. I'm gonna have to borrow it off of Will Smith, and we're gonna do some readjustments to the memory there. Okay, let's see. Can I get this one? That helps a lot. That actually makes a huge difference there. We'll get that one, and then we'll just chill here for a second. Oh, don't get grabbed. Don't be getting grabbed. Okay, so we're gonna go over here, chill here for a second. And then we're gonna climb. I believe.
Oh, you are no different.
Got that disrespectful kick in there too. Assert dominance with the roar. And then we got to be a little careful getting out of here because there's no easy exit that I can remember from this part. We're going back down again. You want Night Rain Galaxy? It's so funny how many people I've been talking to, they're just like, yeah, like I'm excited for it. I genuinely would prefer if it released maybe like in another couple months. Even though I really liked it, I'm ready to play it. I'm not ready enough to play it where like it would be more convenient to get it on the 30th. I would actually be like kind of happy to play it later. Just because there's so many things I want to get going, get started, get done before that. And I mean, part of that's my fault anyways, but it seems to be that that's the case for almost anything that comes out in general for the last handful of years. Even regular Elden Ring was like that, where I'm super excited to play it, but like I would have been okay if it came out in 2023, for example. It would have been fine. And then we would have gotten done a lot of stuff that you guys have seen over the last year sooner as well. Red Tear Stone increased damage with this? It does, yeah. It boosts everything. But little sketchy though, so I'm not going to be using it for this one. There probably will be a time where, again, if I do more of these in the future, we get it to a point where it's Red Tear Stone on everything we can possibly justify, even DS3, and we go crazy. I take some deaths if I need to, and then we just pull through. But I don't know if I'm good enough for that yet, where in one sequence, without resetting the entire marathon or doing it a different day, we would be solid on it. It'd be a little tricky to say that that's guaranteed. I need to feel the confidence on that first. But I know for like at least, we'll say 70% of everything. 70% of everything in all of these, yeah, I could do. If I really, really tried, I could probably do perfectly, but that's not nearly good enough for a marathon. We're going fast. And it could also cost a stupid amount of time on DS2 as well. All right. Healing with Humanities here. Because we don't have to worry about assuming them anymore. Elden Ring was a staple in your growth as a human being. That's pretty cool as a milestone. It's like I remember when when GTA 5 came out, like my life changed. It's like, but it has nothing to do with the game. It's just like the association in time. It's like when I'm trying to think of it like a movie. What's like a popular movie? When the new Mission Impossible came out, everything got better. The world changed for the better. I hear people referencing that about the 90s a lot. I've seen so many comments where it's just like, everything was fine when like this was out in the 90s or whatever. And I was like, what? Oh, the hill got me. And then it buffered a second attack that I didn't want. When Kindergarten Cop came out in 1990, everything changed. What is Kindergarten Cop? Is that a movie? Fight Club? Oh, Fight Club is amazing. We got the floor floaty. It's an interesting one. I don't think it can go in the ceiling first. I think it has to always go in the floor. There we go. Nice. And then from here, we just homeward. Save some time. And then Seath Cave is where we last rested. Wow, okay. Oh, the Arnold movie. Okay, no, you guys were telling me about that one. I still haven't checked it out, but you were telling me about Kindergarten Cop. We talked about it probably like months ago. Straight evil to release Night Rain when finals week starts. Yeah, that there's always something. There's always something. It's never perfect for the releases of games in years where they have the frequent ones. And I had no idea this year was going to be decent for releases of games. I don't keep up with anything really, and so usually you guys tell me after the news breaks for it, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I guess this is the year where stuff comes out now. And I'm just like, well, could we delay? Can we rain check? Can we erase everyone's memory so they didn't remember it came out, and then I'll just play it, and then it'll be kind of like we just got it? That'd be amazing. Where are you in terms of completion? I'd say 85% or so. Oh, wait, what? I'm back up. Yeah, about 85%. So one thing I noticed, we didn't get the Firekeeper Soul for Gargoyles, but we can get Daughters of Chaos first. For a point to warp from, and then go back and snag it quickly. We didn't get the archives. Oh, because Duke skip, actually. Oh, no, wait, we're good, we're good. We have one more than we need. So yeah, just the Firekeeper Soul is all we get now. Is anything wrong with your health bar? Never seen it so long when you play. I just leveled health, that's why. So if you level HP to, it's at 50 right now. I think it stopped increasing a little bit ago as much as it was. But yeah, around 40 to 50 HP, you get a pretty big health bar. And then also, if you look at it this way, let's say we go to original UI scale. That's what it would look like if you played the game when it came out. So it would be most of the screen there. Or in 0.75. What's wrong with you? You have more than 50 HP? That's almost like when I played DS2, and it's like... Or, like, okay, there's 3 levels to this. So you do a randomizer, and people are like, it's not deathless. And then you play the game and it's not randomized, and you're like, it's not deathless randomizer. What? But why is it not? Oh, and then there's also just before randomizer deathless was even something I went for. It would be I'd play the game and they'd be like, but you got hit though. And I'm just like, this has nothing to do with that. It's pretty funny. And then the one that everyone suffers, that's perpetual universally, is you play a game in general and they're like, did you quit playing this other game?
Oh, dear.
Like you're never gonna play it again? Within 24 hours of not playing the same game perpetually, you are automatically assumed to have quit the one that you played the other day. It's like, but dude, I didn't even beat the game yet. It's like, but you quit that playthrough? Okay, let's go back to Gargoyle Church. We need Parish. I hate Elden Ring now, yeah. It's actually funny, I was gonna do Elden Ring today, but I'm like, no, we'll just do Vanquisher Steel for DS2. Make this run fairly doable within the time frame, and then I'll still do the Elden Ring run that I was planning before Night Rain, but we'll have to see if we can actually complete it, depending on how long it'll be. I think it'll be at least 2 streams. So maybe I can get that one going tomorrow. But I was getting the stuff set up for it before as well. Wee. Omega HP, but 26 soft humanities. Sources say that this run's only held up by the support of 26 humanities. There's no chance I'd be able to beat it without the assistance from all the status effects that it prevents me from and the physical resistance. It's like, cool run, but you're a dragon, so cheater. What Elden Ring run? Randomizer deathless attempts. And we just need Demon Souls to make one. And I guess technically Bloodborne is still possible to set up. I'm just debating, do I want to do it on the PC version where it could crash very often and have tons of stutters and everything. So I'm gonna just check the stability of it, and we'll if it looks okay, even just with me running through a little bit, we can do casual randomizer on Bloodborne, and then I'll have to debate if I want to do deathless on that or just get a console that's modded. Because we could acquire a PS4 Pro for the modded one. I don't have to get a PS5. And that would be much more feasible. I'll just mod it myself. Or just I could borrow one from someone that's not using theirs right now and ship it back to them. It would cost some money for both of us, but if we did quite a bit of stuff, like maybe a few weeks of stuff with it, and they let me use it for that long, that would be better than maybe buying one, modding it, then not using it enough in the future. And then we just realized that you could go back in the firmware for the most updated PS5 software, because they'll eventually get to that point where you can do it with everything. And the final thing that would be amazing is they just make it available for everybody and they just remake the game. Any ideas you'd implement in your own Souls-like? I definitely have tons of ideas for this kind of stuff. The hard part would be when it comes to multiplayer related ideas, if you could make it justifiable for the budget of what you'd have to program, and then the likelihood that it wouldn't be an esport kind of thing. Because a lot of the stuff I have ideas for, I think it would be expensive to put in the games. Be a little tricky. But definitely doable, definitely been done in games. And it would be related to, again, just the single player stuff and heavily boosting the multiplayer aspects. But yeah, one of the biggest simple ones I was talking about before is I'd like to see an enemy that it has a progression where it itself is an environment. So you fight like a certain part of it, and then it consumes you, and then it, as on the inside, is an arena where there's another enemy contained within it, and aspects of the environmental part of the first guy need to be solved in a gimmick-like fashion while fighting the other one, to be able to escape that and do the final part where the guy that's inside of him will emerge, and then you've defeated the first bit. But there's a lot of, I guess, demonstration of the environment being alive, so like it moving and having different types of attacks, but then also being platformable. Like that kind of stuff I think would be really cool in this. But not quick time event based and not easy. So like that's a basic one for an enemy design. And then there's some other ones I've thought of too. What's going on, Nando? How are you doing? Isn't Nando's a food place? Anyone been to Nando's before? Would be great. It would be cool. It's just like to be able to put it into one of these. I don't even think Elden Ring's at that level with the sophistication of the designs of things. So it'd probably be in the future. And 100% it could be done. The tricky aspect of it is like, how do you make it good? And so I thought of that too, and I was like, okay, what's a good balance of things changing that are on a time frame that have nothing to do with like you doing inputs and stuff, but still makes the flow of everything fun? And how is it balanced enough where you can, you know, repeatedly play it, but it's still fun, like with that kind of gimmick? Because it would be a combination of something that's a puzzle and normal too. If you don't know what you meant by Lord Jabu Jabo, Jabu Jabu, it's a Zelda Ocarina of Time boss level. Okay, that would make a lot of sense. I have not seen all of Ocarina in its entirety. Actually, in fact, anytime someone's doing some weird run of it, even the randomizers, it would freak me out because I'm like, how big is Ocarina? It almost made it seem like it's bigger than one of these games. It's like, how much stuff is in it?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be
Yay! Bit of chaos didn't kill me on the way into the tunnel. I took the chance there. We didn't do safe strats. You have a high chance of succeeding on it, but still, it's like, we could have easily got memed at that point. So saved possibly minutes on it. Urban Cowboy, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Thank you for using your Prime sub here too, as well.
You sorry fool.
Wonder what FromSoft was thinking with Beta Chaos. So I believe there's a lot of plans for everything in the second half of the game they didn't get to do, because they got rushed by Namco Bandai to release this. This was not a finished version of what they were trying to go for sure. You can even see in certain parts there's textures in Izalith that are completely missing and things that they just don't even make sense. Like it wouldn't even be like a prototype really. So I guess proven that they didn't finish the game. And so you would have gotten a better Beta Chaos, but it is interesting to think of like what would that actually be? Would it be possible to fight the entire thing, even though there is still like a puzzle to it? Yeah, I think in cut content there is another Beta Chaos character model that looks like that. It's like an actual enemy type thing. What is this boss edge? It's called precisely aiming firebombs in cheeky places that blow up the arm shackling a tree that thinks it's actually a pyromancer into oblivion, and blowing those arms up so fast that before it can even recover from the trauma, you punch its brain with your fists. That's actually a bug that's a person itself controlling the illusion, convincing itself that it really is the coolest thing ever. A lot of layers. King Jeremiah was supposed to be King Izalith, but they had to cut him totally. Interesting, because they put Xanthus King in the Painted World, or something it's very, very similar, right? Wonder if they had a different design for him. I still think King Jar Eel would have been amazing before Four Kings. That would have been the best fight in the game, in my opinion. Okay, we're doing a slightly longer Gwen if I can't set up the Hornet Ring here. Might be able to switch it. Oh, I can't even switch it right there. He'll have to do something like a grab, then we can do that. Doesn't really matter, though. It sucks you can't do that. Oh, here we go. Oh. Beautiful. That parry was a little early, though. That was kind of scary. Yeah, so Hornet definitely does help. Jump attack? Oh, I tried. The jump attack is so cool on this. The double fist. That's kind of a punch. Jump attack is definitely a punch. All right, that's the game, dude. Hour 35. Probably could do that in hour 15 if you're blazing trails, not dying at all. Doing the most optimal routing, but that's that for this game. Let's see what the in-game time was. 1:30:11. Okay. Cool. So we're just going to keep the timer paused. I'm going to open up DS2. And then this is where it gets a bit longer. But again, we're doing Vanquisher Seal on this particular version of the trilogy because I couldn't figure out a way that would make enough sense to guarantee we're going to beat this game in the sitting that we're playing right now. Like, I wouldn't want to be like, hey, we started the marathon and then we're not completing it today. That would be terrible. So I'd rather redo it in the future. More games, make this one even harder and get practice. Figure out some methods for getting Flynn's Ring reliably. That doesn't include full-on killing an enemy with something that's not the fists. So let's do new game on this one. And then for me to be able to get Vanquisher Seal on this, I just have to have a item that I drop on the ground and I can change it to the ring. So that's how we're going to do it. See if I can be fairly quick with that because the timer is going to be counting on that. And then we're going to have to switch the information for the Twitch stream specifically. Just the... Oh, actually, wait, Galaxy, you're here. Are you able to change the directory at all? Is that possible? Or anybody that's a mod that's in the Twitch chat? If not, then I'll do it in the next minute or two. Okay, Fisting Philip returns. And he's gonna be a... What was it that we did before? Warrior? Definitely the warrior. It's Bonfire Ascetic. This one, the appearance does kind of matter, so we gotta do something. Yeah, make him massive. We'll do a base homeland and we'll do the hair first. Let's get the wild one going. Let's do some sort of pink hair and then maybe we can make him look like cotton candy or something like that, or like freaking like ice cream or something. Let's make him blue. Oh, that's even better, dude. Look at that. That's a Dragon Ball Z character right there. What's going on with that? When Majin Buu tried to turn human, but it didn't work. He was like halfway in between the process. What the hell? Okay. And we're just gonna get rid of this. We have the life gems already, so I can drop those. So we're gonna turn this off of the bar, and then we'll drop one. Let's see. Okay, item swap, item ID. It doesn't know which one's on the ground yet, so I might have to drop another one because it wasn't attached to the game. So we'll pick this one up again. Imagine world record speedrun with Vanquisher Seal from the start, but you miss the item drop. Because the table is not connected for swapping items. Okay, here we go. Item ID, perfect. Vanquisher Seal is there. Did it already work? Wait a sec. What? Okay, it says life gem. I think it worked. But just to be sure, do it one more time. Let's see. No? I did this successfully earlier. I tested it, but this is the first day I've ever done this before. So bear with me. Okay, so that's the life gem item. Okay, cool. There we go. Sweet. Okay, we got the seal. Sweet. And for anyone that doesn't know, that's a ring you would have to farm Awstones and then offer them to the Covenant of Champions. So I did a run where you can actually see how you do that. It takes, I think it's like an hour and a half to 2 hours of farming to be able to get it. On this one, just for the sake of fun, we're just gonna start off with it. I'm not gonna do all the farming or, you know, even again try to do the run we were doing yesterday and make this dreadful yet until I can get amazing at it. And I think the farming will always be probably on average the same time because I did it fairly efficiently last time. And now when we get Mullen set, it should be easier, even though technically I did straight up PvP him yesterday. It was fun. Okay, and then let me change the directory for the game quick. What's that? Let's see. Not have what? I can't see my dashboard, dude. It's not there. Why ain't it be there? Why it be do close? I gotta reopen the dashboard completely. Sweet. Be amazing when there's days where you could hotkey the directory on here. Or they just put Trilogy on the actual searchable list. That'd be amazing. All right, there we go. What does the ring do? It boosts fist damage. So again, in trade for Awstones, you get the best punching power with bare fist that you could get.
I will take go. He who made.
I think you can still make it better with engraved gauntlets as well on top of this, but like just this will be enough for a lot of things. The notes from the DS2 menu music are the same as Gwen's theme, just scrambled up a bit. Very similar. Yeah, definitely same elements for the key right there.
What the?
All right, so we got Mullen set. I'm gonna keep it off. Estishard. When we go to Shellchoir, we'll get that one. We don't need that right now. Dude, look at the stance with the power stance here. It's like you go from elbows to I just trained lats for 17 years straight exclusively, and I can't fit through doorways. Amazing. Silas, what's up, man? First time tuning in the stream. Love the videos. Thank you, man. How's your weekend going so far? Anybody get up to anything exciting, or was it just the same stuff? Was it boring? Was it adventurous, spontaneous, explosive, somber, possibly even miraculous? Working on a remix for a friend trick. What kind of music is it? Nappa Majin Buu fusion. That's probably the way it would go, yeah. Somber, don't you mean twinkling? Oh no. Oh no, no, I was talking about Titanite scales. Taking his industrial bass track and then making it rave techno. If you want to share that in the Discord or even just tag me, maybe send it to me directly when you're done. I would love to hear it. Especially the before and after as well. Excited for Night Rain? DK, definitely. Or sorry, Dark Wildfire. My bad. Definitely, dude. What about you? That was a little late, but we did it. Okay. My weekend was very, very Ancient Dragon. I've been to a food festival. It was very nice. Did it have a bunch of different stuff? Or like a particular theme to it?
What are you doing? Ugh. I've no choice now.
Why is the punching on Lysias still bad? Oh my god, dude. Okay, we gotta get her to go over here now. Oh, what? It said the one ring broke. What? I did get it 3 times. It did give it to me multiple times when I was trying to do that. Interesting. Okay. Just keep the punches going here. Rotate. Ooh, look at the spacing. Look at the spacing. Amazing. Okay. Okay, let me drop the one that's broken. Let's see how this goes here. Could have to do with something with the multiples of them. I have no idea if that has anything to do with it. Leave. Wait. Won't let you leave that one. Discard. Says you can't discard either. Interesting. Why? What? Okay. Interesting. Okay, that changed the value still again. We'll just roll with this and see if it's fine. If not, we might have to somehow... I don't even know how I'd remove those otherwise. That's weird. It wouldn't let me drop it. Okay, going to Shoutchoir. That's kind of scary, actually. How'd the ring break? I have no clue, dude. I have absolutely no idea. I accidentally gave myself 3 of them, though, and maybe it doesn't like that. I couldn't tell you. I've never even done this before. I've never given myself an item in DS2. I literally had to learn it to be able to do this. But I can see why, if you're only supposed to be able to obtain the one, maybe there's some sort of issue with that. It did change the stats, because we killed Malin, and then it shows up right now with the other one in the inventory. The one I had on didn't break, though. Just strange you can't drop them. Okay, skulls. We didn't use all of them, so I'm going to get a little less. We'll do 6. And... the Homered Bones... 3, maybe? Right now?
Satisfied? I'll be around.
Definitely still need ADP. Didn't know rings can break. Oh yeah, they actually break pretty easily in this game, believe it or not. So we definitely need some stuff for Melentia to be able to give us Silver Serpent. At least 10k, so leveling and then saving that much. The very, very beginning, I don't think if the ADP would even be worth it. So 80, 89, is it? It's gonna do ADP 12 again. Let's go for that. Yeah, so rings can break. The things that shoot the orange clouds, those mushrooms, they have corrosive damage. Urns being thrown at you that are also corrosive by other players will break it. Going through the water in Eldia's Keep will break it as well. It'll break all your stuff simultaneously. And the durability on a lot of them is not that great. It's okay. Some rings break even faster, though. So it's an interesting feature, but it's not something that you always will see. You might be able to get through a lot of the stuff, and then you missed those aspects of it. Maybe you got very lucky with the mushroom guys. It's probably the most likely moment where you're first going to see it. Okay, I'm definitely skipping all the effigies here. Any 92 agility fans? I do like to dabble in 92 agility on occasion. Typically on Tuesdays. You're gonna be playing it solo? That's one thing I didn't get to do with Night Rain. We only got to play multiplayer. I think I missed the day that was the solo one with the tests. So yeah, that'll be interesting. Actually, you just reminded me about that. Yeah, I wonder how the scaling is. I'm sure they'll probably make it where if you do play by yourself, it's not as hard as with 3 people. Okay, so Lenegrass Key again is not relevant on this. We'll get the Fragrant Branch from her, and that should be enough. Just get Melenchon to move immediately.
Of a bargain for you.
Why did that not go on? There we go. Single player with same scaling as full team doesn't sound fun. So to me it sounds fun, but mainly because full team was a little simple. I don't know if that was the balancing because it was a test for the network, but I think a lot of people agreed after a little bit, after we understood the ideas going on, that they would have to make it a bit harder. But who knows, man? Like, there's gonna be so much more variety added to it. I haven't even seen the latest information, so I don't even know what the other classes are like, but someone was talking about a guy with like an axe or something, or a hammer. I don't even know. I think I'm just gonna wait and we'll see. I love this character's face. 3 people, not 4. It was 3 people I played with the whole time. Like the party of 3. But yeah, they didn't have 2-player though, which is weird. So I'm not sure if they're going to change anything to do with that. I genuinely don't know the extra details about it, but for what they did provide when I did the 3-player, it was that alone. It would be a ton of fun even just with what they gave you there for a while. What's going on, Tweed? How are you doing? This one's not too bad. This is pretty easy. So the first 2 runs we did, I would consider them like regular weapon damage runs, just close range. And then the final one, the Dark Souls 3, there's nothing that you can do to boost fist damage enough where it is what I would call easy. So it just takes a lot of practice for that one, but yeah, I'd say the big factor with this is it's a little harder than DS1, but it's not by much. It's mainly the time frame it's going to take, and classic Dark Souls 2 moments that you're going to experience. So I wouldn't be baffled by it, but we did do an attempt on this one yesterday just to like test it out. That was normal fists, and it was a decent challenge. I think some people would find that one worth attempting, and they'd probably feel pretty good getting it. I'm definitely looking forward to going back to that one with all the stuff. Okay, Pursuer. But I'm Majin Buu's evolution. And ADP is still pretty bad. Disappointed that it won't have voice chat built in. Really? Oh, dude, proximity chat would be funny on that one. It's just like, where is he? And it's just like, over there. And then like you just see someone run by and they yell. Oh, dude, why'd that get changed to Vanquish Your Seal? Oh, because it was, oh no. Because life gems get exchanged for that. Okay, so I gotta uncheck the box. That's, oh dude, that's why we have 3. Why is it doing that? Okay, I have to close this then. Let me see. Those aren't things I'd normally need that are crazy important, but yeah, let's just completely get rid of item swap altogether, and then we're gonna test the shard on the ledge. If that's problematic, we'll do a quit out here. That's hilarious though. I didn't know that that would perpetually just keep replacing stuff, because that wasn't a drop. I thought you had to drop an item to start off with things that would normally be New Game Plus or whatever. Or later on in New Game.
Let strength be granted so the world
see.
might be mended.
Okay, that's normal.
So the world might be mended.
Ruckus, thank you for the 74 months. Welcome back. How are you doing? What order, Master? We're doing 1, 2, 3 for this one. DS1 already completed in less than 2 hours, or is the timer for DS2 only? It was completed in 135. We got it. That's with Dragon Torso Stone, though, on NG. Yeah, I think that you can definitely get close to an hour on that one with skips and even inbound skips. Everything first try, no deaths. Be really good. Okay, we know what I'm going to do on this one. We'll just see if we can get the bonfire over here anyways. I'll save the homeward bow. Dude, your name, Captain, it reminds me of a really funny story. So, one of my earlier relationships, I remember I went to, it was like dinner with her grandmother and her, and her grandmother said diabetes at the table, but said it like very nonchalantly, not as a joke, in like a way where she was just like, well, you know, Mark had diabetes, and I laughed. I actually laughed, dude. I couldn't control myself, so I laughed, and then I felt terrible, and then she started laughing too, and it was bad, dude, because the grandma didn't think it was funny. She didn't like dislike me or anything, but it was really embarrassing though, and I was probably like, I'd say 15 or something like that. It was bad, dude. It was really bad. Like, yeah, I don't even know what else to say about that. It was pretty bad. Very notable moment. Someone asked me a question. They're like, "What was like the most like publicly embarrassing thing?" That was one of them. That was one of the ones where I was like, "Damn it," because I was trying to just do a decent job of being normal, and I was like, "Fuck." All right. Okay. So now we have to go with more vigor to live, and then 92 agility. Look at that. I am now a 92 agility enjoyer too. Glad that you can remind me of that. It immediately does. Anytime I see someone write that out as the spelling or say the name, that story pops up. Also, wait, we got the Estus shard. Oh, it probably replaced with Vanquishers when I picked it up and I didn't notice though. All good. All good. We got life gems. Gotta keep going. Yeah, so which class in Night Rain is going to be... I'm looking forward initially to trying Recluse just because I didn't learn it. I learned Wilder, Guardian, and Duchess decently. Duchess was the one that I think I did the best with. But Recluse, I didn't get a chance to really leverage the abilities with the magic at all. And I don't even know how to use them properly. So that'll be something to look into. And then just trying the new characters. Picking something to stick with out of like the whole entire lineup after I've tried everything. Is this Scholar or default? This is on Scholar. Okay, so this barrel here. See how, dude? Something weird happened. Oh, dude, it had to be because the randomizer files again. Remember? So in Aldia's, ooh, I gotta watch out on this one. We had a funny situation on Aldia's Keep yesterday. I had enemy randomizer installed in the game, and then I used the setting built into the software to unrandomize. There's a button you can click, but it still kept some elements, and the only things we noticed were just the ghosts had different physical appearances. It looked better in my opinion, and that's it. And then at the end of the game, Aldia's Keep had a mimic that came out of the ceiling, and everything activated on a timer that was way different than how it normally goes. So there was not an easy way of getting in the doors to Guardian Dragon. So I gotta remember that. I was so focused on trying to figure out exactly how to get the item to drop, and then getting ready for the Elden Ring run and other stuff, that I didn't do the complete uninstallation of every single file. So yeah, that's completely my bad. I'll have to take the death there if there's one. Maybe we can just play it a little differently than normal even, instead of trying to survive. You're going to be fighting each boss with each character solo before doing it multiplayer. It's a pretty good idea. Like, they give you a really nice training area in that too. There's so many different things you can go from in the list to spawn in. Like, you can go through everything. It's like a compendium, man. It's one thing that I wish they did in these games. So if there was the training dummy from Sekiro, for example, you could spawn in every single prosthetic tool. And if it was something like this game, every single weapon you could generate, and you could try all the movesets, even if you haven't found it yet, just to get the idea. Especially if maybe it's locked behind progression. Let's say you beat the game one time, then you can always do that. It helps so much more with deciding what you want to do. Bear seek last. I hope a bear doesn't seek me out, man. That's one thing. For the amount of stuff I've done in areas where there could be bears, I've never seen a bear before. I know certain things you're supposed to do for the common ones you might run into in certain areas, but never seen a bear. Hope I don't run into one. Can you two-hand the fists? You can, yeah. You could also do the power stance like we're doing right here. So I think the best options are, like you said, two-hand, or you do the double punch if it's an enemy where you can get a lot of hits in, because of how fast it is. And then for enemies where maybe you do like a couple in a row, but you need the distance, because double punch would be a little hard to reach, then you got the swing like this. So that's 297. Let's see how quick this one is. It's almost like you get 1.5 times, maybe like 1 1/4 times the damage in the amount of time it takes to start that third punch right there. It's 297 versus 217, but then you're already going for the third punch. Or the other one's probably recovering still. Oh, we could have probably got her before the port there. Dude, what's going on with Vanquisher Seal? Oh, it's because of all the other items. And dude, it broke because the ID was replaced with a thing that normally it's not supposed to be, probably. That I didn't put in through the item dropper. When does Night Rain come out? I think it's the 30th, is it not? Although there might be a chance we play it before it comes out. I'm not sure. I did say yes to the potential idea of that, so yeah, I can't say any more details, but there might be a thing a few days before where we just do like a test run and then some sort of like a little event for it. And I believe it's allowed to be streamed on the 28th for the people doing that, as long as they still keep it as a thing and they don't just trash the plans for it. And I think you could probably, unless there's an embargo in the contract for recording, I'm sure people are going to record stuff too and then make videos of that. Hey, we can actually punch this guy now. You've never seen bear tracks, bear scat, or any other trace of bears. You smelt mountain lion / cougar piss in the middle of the forest? That's terrifying, dude. There's a thing I saw where a lady survived an attack from, was it a mountain lion? I don't, or, I'm trying to remember what, it might be something like that. It was a really big wildcat thing that was in, I think it was in California or something. She was biking and then got attacked by something like that. And it dragged her away and tried to eat her. And her friend that she was biking with, this other lady, took the bike and like hit it with the bike and tried to save her. And there was a group of guys that were like, you know, probably pretty big and strong and stuff, like quite a few of them, and they just stood and watched. They didn't even do anything. And I was like, that's incredible that no stranger other than her friend did anything about it. Like regardless, like it just puts in perspective how silly that is, right? Of how people could like react to things. Because like there's no doubt that if you had that many individuals, it would be a net positive for everybody. You'd recover from the situation a lot smoother. And even if someone did get bit, whatever, there's less chance of anyone dying in general, automatically. So this lady that was her friend actually ended up helping enough where it saved her. It like let her go, but it bit her quite a bit. And it wasn't a common thing for them to attack people on bikes or anything like that. They were saying in the story that it was a little bit rare, but it has happened before, and they're known to be in that area. Just the way the nature of it was pretty weird. Yeah, I think it was a mountain lion. I'm just trying to remember for sure. It was definitely a wild cat that was pretty big. Not a regular lion, not a regular tiger, but something that looked like a, you know, like a little hybrid version of a big cat. Oh, there's actually poison dealt from the crawling guys. I was wondering when there would be opportunities to even get poisoned outside a gulch. That's one of them right there. Maybe if you had 2 of them at once hit you, maybe 3. Is that Washington, Marquise? Got jumped by a cougar during a bike ride. Was it a cougar? Wonder if that was the one. I just remember the setting of how they depicted it in the story. It looked like California. Just wondering if it was maybe Washington. Anyways, yeah, I remember seeing the program on, and the people that were the specialists were just like, it's very strange. And I was like, I'm like, how, like, what kind of nightmares would you be having after that happened, and for how long? Like, what's the trauma like from an animal that you wouldn't even see that often? Just showing up and doing that. That's terrifying. That's basically like early humans. You go back to like primitive times there. It's probably activating weird parts of the biology. It's like, oh man, the predator's back. Trying to eat me. Are fists really good in this game? The fists are okay in this game if you just leveled stats normally. I'm using a ring called Vanquisher Seal, and it boosts the fist damage. It makes the fists into essentially a weapon in trade for awe stones at the Covenant of Champions. So I can still boost them more here. We're not even going to worry about that right now, though. I'm just going to get the ADP to what it would normally be. And then a little bit of vigor. I think we'll do endurance after that. Yeah, compared to the trilogy, base fists on this with scaling, relative to how much health everything has, I believe actually is the best. I think it is the best of the three of them, but like just marginally over DS3. All right, so I guess gutter. Gonna have to life gem through not. Oh, cowering would have been nice as well. So we can still do this, but get a little bit more life gems first. You have to win in that situation, so the animal has nightmares about you.
Thank you.
Poison moss right there too. Nice. So yeah, technically we could still do flexile, but doesn't matter. You can just run here first, then do that. Also, Brent, what's up, man? If I didn't say hi to you already. Oh my god, that lizard scared me for a second. That was freaky, dude. He was like pretty big in the camera there. Sheep, thank you for the good luck, dude. You missed Dragon Boy punching people with his Dragon Claws. And you missed the beginning of Majin Buu's evolution into a human in this game with ultimate punching power of the Vanquisher Seal. But not all of it, though. Only the prologue, we can say. Wait a second. Dude, is the thing right here? It is. It's hard to see, though. Oh, the good jump. There we go. Only done that very few times. That one, it needs a lot of practice for the damageless run. I went over it, I want to say maybe 10 times, and it's not looking great. Because you can still technically get through here if you fall, but you can't do it damageless that easily at that point. That's scuffed. That's completely scuffed. I didn't even do that direction, but again, omnidirectional in this, so you can't do perfect 360 degrees. It just locks you into a notch that is beside where you actually try to go for certain directions, and it went right instead of left, unfortunately. So was thinking fine controls of the character on that one, but we don't have those. So when in doubt, exaggerate left and then still trigger the guy that blows you up anyways, just in case, if you have to. And that, yeah, okay. Jump didn't even go. Look at the gutter, man. It is a party now. Is this run doable for Elden Ring and Bloodborne? So I did it on Bloodborne recently, and then Elden Ring, it's been done, I don't know how many times, maybe just a handful. And we're going to be doing it in every single one of the series, but the Sekiro version, it's not going to be punching, it'll just be the posture damage. So you just kick people, or essentially land on their head. I don't know if that would even count as this type of idea, but it is something I already want to do anyways. Ah, bad spot. Reaper, I'm doing good. How are you, dude? Yeah, so There was someone from our community, they were doing Elden Ring on it. They had a fire giant fight where he killed him at the end. There's a clip in the Discord. Looks pretty painful. And then Gideon's one of the ones that apparently you have to go pretty beyond. So I'll have to see exactly what can be done. Just structuring everything around Gideon as the actual focus from the very beginning, and then we'll do it. Because everything else is just purely, you just get pretty good and get good focus. Gideon's very, very involved though for everything you do. Unless you blast him before he can finish this speech. Left, so this is not good, but again, better than falling. And I didn't even do that roll, dude. What, stored roll right there? What is going on? Nice. Good gutter. Okay. Amazing. Weaponless? Yeah, you could say weaponless. You could say whatever you want for it, but the fist will be dealing the damage for every single thing. There'll be no weapon or anything we use to kill an enemy other than that. And I'm very, very glad we made it through Anor Londo, and also even Ingward as well for DS1, because those were the two parts I thought we would actually have deaths. And then we, what did we even die on that one? It was Gargoyles, actually, the church. Which is not easy, but like, I think I'm pretty good at that part.
Let strength be granted
So
so
that was
the
a funny
world
one.
might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Damn 16 months.
There we go. That's the perfect direction. I tried to do that the first time. Trickier than you might think, though. Well, thank you for the 16 months, Galaxy. What is the guess? Would the butt slam be fair game? I think that's a thing on its own where not that it wouldn't be similar to these types of ideas, but I would actually just rather do that by itself and enjoy it. Because it definitely would be much, like, it's so much better than doing the fist one that you wouldn't really get the whole idea out of it that you get from fists only. For example, like, let's say I did Vanquisher Seal on this only, and I've never beaten this game fists only before, like without Vanquisher Seal. Then I'm not getting the full value out of it. But that's still technically your fist, though. But whereas Butt Slam goes a step further, and it's a melee, it's an unarmed melee Ash of War. But the Ash of War is, like, it's cool for its own reasons of how it operates and how it actually allows you to move as well, like the movement of it. The way that you have to time it as well. Oh, that was the guess. Oh, yeah, I would never guess that. Thresh, I'm doing good, dude. How are you? How have you been? Okay, so when we got here yesterday, when I was just testing out the non-Vanquishers run, this thing, it didn't grab me. And I remember Lenny, he was doing the hit list with my guide for this, and one of the first things that I was helping him with on Discord was this part. He mentioned that he keeps getting screwed up on this, and I never mentioned like any of this stuff to him, but I swear that there's never been a time if I just stand still that an enemy has hit me on that. So I can't remember what happened to him, but he said it like every time he would get screwed on that. So if anyone watched Lenny do that run, or if he's doing anything again with it, like, maybe pass along that, like, I don't even know, like, because like that dude just backs away every single time for me. But yeah, he said that he couldn't get away with doing that. I use hacks, confirmed. Oh yeah, I have remote access that enemy, and then I switched from me playing this character to the guy that was on the ledge there, for sure. Okay, so from here, I guess we can just bounce back. We'll get some levels, do flex sal in between. So we have the aesthetic anyways, and then we can do the rest. Elden Ring Fist only is really fun. I think for the mass majority of the boss fights, it'd be amazing, but Fire Giant and Gideon I can see being crazy. Yeah, absolutely silly. I love Fire Giant, so I don't have a problem with fighting him for a long time. Gideon I hate. Gideon is just terrible. So that's my part where I'm like, not so sure. But we'll still do it though. Alright, Sal is over. Oh, we didn't go to Wharf yet. Okay, so we have to go from here. Yeah, just out of curiosity, for anybody that's seen or done the Butt Slam run, how much damage does it actually do? Because I picked up the Asher War itself. I don't think I ever used that one, though. Pretty decent. Okay, so definitely not something that would be like heavy skill, like more of like a I don't want to say the word normie challenge, but more like more widely applicable to people that play the game kind of thing. Not like sweaty challenge. Humanity active. Yeah, we gotta stay human on this one. I didn't pick up as much effigies because I was like, okay, I don't want to die too much. Thank God some of them were back to back while we were hollowed. Can't live without seeing this character's face once in a while. "64 uses of Sunlight Spear." What? Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna invade you at all. The time to connect it, okay. Very lengthy. I know of people doing it, but I haven't seen a full run of it or just paid attention enough to like, I guess, get the idea of the trickiness. It probably looks really funny though on certain things. Oh, finally, we actually got that. The ADP coming in hot. That's amazing. So Gavlan, I don't think there's anything relevant there. We'll just ring the bell first and go down. Learn how to do the attunement glitch. Okay, that's why you have 64 castings. I was wondering. Lion, what's going on, man? Yeah, this will be an interesting one for sure. It'll at least be on the second channel. You guys want to see the whole thing? But I'm really excited. The funny thing with this one is that, like, you know, I wanted to do this regardless. Like, it was planned for a little bit, but I'm more excited now about doing all 5 games because I literally didn't know you could do this only on Demon Souls. That was a little bit of a mystery still. I never really thought about doing it seriously until recently, and I was like, I wonder. maybe it's just really hard or something like that. It looks challenging for sure. Like, it does look similar to DS3 in a way. I think you're gonna be in a crazy situation against Astraea, Flame Lurker, and probably even Elant as well. Depending on how much stats you need to scale the damage. If it even does, maybe it even doesn't. Maybe you just have the base amount the whole time. It's a fire fine lion. Yeah, I had it for a while, actually. It's kind of funny because what I did was I speedran to get it monetized, or to get it partnered, essentially. So, you know, that I could take it more seriously. And then I slowed down on that. I kind of mixed in a little bit of the music channel. Then I started filming 2 different types of content for a potential 4th channel that we never actually even started with those videos. And did a bunch of other stuff. And so...
Hey, everyone can't wait for the Minecraft.
It's good to be focusing on it now, because like there's a lot of stuff that could have gone on there that definitely not on there. But I'll make sure I keep it fairly consistent though, for sure. Stuff that's worth it. Also, Hater, thank you for the 13 months, man. Welcome back. Can't wait for the Minecraft run. I'm open to somebody that is incredible at that game teaching me how it works, if I can teach them this one in exchange. I think that'd be interesting. But it has to be someone that speedruns it or does something in it that's a challenge. It can't be just basic, like, building stuff for fun. Because there's no interest I have in Minecraft at all, really. I think it'd be funny, though, if it was really tricky to do. And even better if that person as well, they haven't played this at all, but they're amazing at that. Forsen? Yeah, just hit up Forsen. Casual Forsen hangout. Dude, he was like on the, I don't know if it was like a recommended thing or main page or whatever, but he was like flossing his teeth like the last time I saw the stream. I was like, what are you doing, dude? He's looking at some video that it looked like it was cursed. I was like, what is this content? Imagine being able to pop this in the lift. They let you discard it while you're traveling, but you can't pop it though. Which implies that there's no need to have the hands free to be able to actually do anything with that soul. That's it's a little weird. I feel like the discard, it's black magic, man. Minecraft's legit too hard for you. I think the challenge with it for me is the like the point of playing Minecraft more so than it is, like, I don't even know if there is relative difficulty in it. Maybe there is. Maybe I'm sounding kind of silly. But yeah, it's too freeform without like much objective from what I remember of seeing. And I think that's because I don't know enough about it. Because while I say that, I saw someone do a speedrun on it on main page. At the end of the run, there's an enemy. There's like a boss fight. I was like, what? Okay, so Vigor, I think we're fine with that. Still want Cat Ring though, just in case, so we're gonna go grab that. It's ironic though that the problems we had on Gutter had nothing to do with fall damage. Like, even if Cat Ring was on and the dude that blew me off the edge, I'd still die. So there's not a single thing that was related to not having that. We could have done probably the whole game without it. It's just gonna save on stopping and healing later.
Satisfied? I'll be...
Speedrunning with a set seed should be a good challenge. Oh wait, so Minecraft has like a randomization aspect to it?
Thank you.
Bob did no hit of Minecraft? Really? That's super weird. I definitely have to see that. Unlimited power, the glitch on climax. Macaz, what are you doing this for though? Like, what kind of power levels are you trying to achieve and why? I made a playlist on YouTube so you can easily find videos again if you ask for them. You won't forget to send it easily as well. Oh, Brent, so, oh, sorry, you're saying for the advice you passed along before when I was asking if you have a clip of the methods you're talking about. Yeah. That's super helpful. I appreciate that. Yeah, I usually expect that, like, weird mentions of things that aren't used that often wouldn't be easy to find. Like some of the best information I've got about this game, almost nobody knows it exists, and there's like almost no sources. Even those people don't have channels, they just have clips off their stream or something. And I wouldn't be able to find their stream, so it's tricky for some of the weird stuff on this.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
This whole time I thought I was sub my bad.
Ever since you were a child, you yearned for the mines. It reminded me immediately of the mining, like the little elevator thing with like 16 people packed into a cube just going into a coal mine of some sort. Oh my god. Lion, thank you so much for the 5 months. Come back. Whole time you thought you're sub. Whole time you thought you were sub. Well, technically, if it's announced, you can be. So what you're admitting that you had to go back through and then do the transaction. You've revealed your hand on that one. I think most subs are usually they're already confirmed. It's just like you just click the button to share it, right? You actually went back and did the back end process of it. Uh-oh. Letting it run out in 2025. That's grounds for a ban, I think. It's like if you're not perpetually subbed for all of eternity, even beyond your lifespan, and have a person take over to keep running the payment information, as well as waiting in offline chat constantly while messaging 1 message per second per person, banned. Only reason why you're having kids. That's actually frightening. I wonder if anybody's ever done that before for other things. Not, you know, jokes aside. Like they're like, you know, this whole task or this goal I have is too big, so we need to have kids and we need to like make sure they continue this goal, and like they don't have a choice. Or like or we're screwed here. Like that'd be kind of dark, but also funny at the same time. Even better, also like the kid enjoys doing the thing, whatever it is, whatever they need to like take over, and then they figure out later it was actually like a plot. They're like, nah, I don't like it anymore. Like, oh, ruined. A monarchy, yeah. Family business, for sure. Yeah, I could see that, but like at the same time, though, I mean something like more elaborate than just that specifically, something like really obscure. Like maybe again, it's just somebody's absolute vision for themselves, but there's no way to achieve it in a lifetime. So they're like, we need to, and it's not like a chain of different things. It's like one specific type of task, like literally just resubbing to this or something like that. One specific basic thing. It's like maybe even inventing something too. It's like I need to invent like this thing, so you need to invent it now, or you're disowned completely. And you have to invent it forever until you figure it out. And if you can't figure it out, then you have to have a kid and then make them learn to invent it, and you have no choice. Your fist is 200 on this. Amazing. Romanov, yeah, this is a Vanquisher's Seal playthrough. So the ring itself is the thing that makes the fist damage go up. And it changes the moveset too. You can do a lot of really weird animations on it. There's spinning hammer fists. There is the double punch. You can also, I think there's something else, isn't there? Let me check and see. Let me increase it a little bit more, and then we'll keep a bit of souls. You have off TMR. Wait, what? Multi-millionaire entrepreneur infused himself with blood from his 17-year-old son in a quest to stay young forever. Oh, you're talking about Brian Johnson, yeah. I find it funny that out of all the things that he's done was the thing that was the most noted at the time. Like that was interesting to me, because I know quite a bit about like the stuff he's done, but that was the weird one where like people got mad or something like that. Maybe blood itself is just a sensitive topic. I don't know. Like that to me was strange though. So I was like, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do with blood, or like aspects of it, plasma platelets, you know, whatever. But him taking the blood, it's like he's like, you're a vampire. You're a mythical creature. Oh, do you have tomorrow off for Memorial Day? Are you asking me? Or somebody else? I don't have, there's no holidays for me for anything. Like, I don't actually even know holidays usually, other than just the big calendar ones like Christmas and Halloween and all that. So, like, if there's a regular type of work holiday, I used to know that when I was doing other stuff, but I don't even pay attention to that right now. I have it all on my calendar, and like I said, I have to actually click the day to see it. So if I program something into my calendar and then I notice while I'm doing that on a day where it falls, then I might remember sometimes randomly. But it doesn't even show up written, it's just like a bunch of dots. I have to expand them, and then it just pushes alerts for the things that I choose. So like there's like no chance that anything to do with any special occasions handled just because that's the thing. It's always just gonna be whatever the day is supposed to be. Do you get time and a half for streaming tomorrow? I don't, but to be fair though, I used to actually go for time and a half a lot. I used to try to do as much as possible. And it was nice when I was working 2 jobs too, because you do 60 plus hours and then you get time and a half for 1, and then you might squeeze extra hours on that too if they're okay with overtime. Wild, dude. Wild season for that. But oh, also tips too, actually. All 3 of those combined. It was insane. But yeah, for content though, for like at least like Twitch as a platform, I think they do the, what is it? They did the September thing. And it used to actually be really good. Now it's still okay. It's not terrible for like the fact they still make a discount for it, but the original discount they did on that was potent, dude. It was way more powerful than time and a half. It was like Gandalf basically showing up and changing psychology for humans. So yeah, there's still some little incentives and bonuses. There's also another thing. So if I run ads during the holidays that I schedule myself on Twitch, I get a pretty big bonus for that. But I don't do that though. I don't like running ads on Twitch specifically, extra, or even having them at all, because I think the platform suffers from them more. They're not really handled that well, but that's how they subsist as well. So they don't have as much reach for advertisers. So yeah, but I could get bonuses during the holidays the whole time, like every day, as many times as I want if I just spam ads. But I won't make you guys sit through more than what they make you do already. All right, speaking of which, big bonuses for Rotten here. Man, the fist damage is just transcendental now. I think we added almost 100 to it. Take off and make some burgers with friends. So yeah, that's the thing for me. Like, I'll take days off for sure, but I don't have it planned in a way where it's because it's a holiday. And the people that I would spend time with, they don't do things where the holiday functions around that, other than it would probably just be maybe my mother. But even then, like, I don't even, like, the way that we spend time together is very dynamic in that way. It's not actually like you take holidays to do that if you don't need to. It could be flexible. There's no like need to make it a certain way. So very, very flexible for that. And then a lot of the other people I know, they just have businesses, like my people that I would spend time with, or they even do content or something like that. So some of their stuff is a little bit more freeform, for the better or worse. Alrighty. It will let me do the last ascetic, okay. But yeah, burgers though sounds pretty good. I have to have some burgers. Oh, werewolfy, that is strange. I didn't know about that. That's very. I guess technically though, if you think of the things you have to go to with how much they're putting into all the research and everything, there's probably even weirder stuff than that is on the horizon. And I'm sure one of the things that someone mentioned to me is that when they figured out who Brian Johnson was, they're like, he kind of looks like weird or something. Not necessarily youthful, but strange, like uncanny. And there might be a point where he turns green and has antennas. Who knows? And he's like, well, this is just more optimal for the chlorophyll content and the pigmentation versus regular melanin. And the antennas help me get more photosynthesis from the sun as I hybridize into my genus of the plant kingdom. I don't know. Goes full Piccolo, yeah. Again, anything's on the table with that whole operation they have because it's very extensive, right? Like, I'm sure if there is a thing that exists and it's beneficial to what they're doing, they're gonna probably showcase it and then try to see the extent of it, right? Even if it's not necessarily like mainstream effective for the mass majority of people that don't have the same protocol and resources and all that, right? Notice you don't have many ads. I have the 3 minutes of ads per hour if you don't have ad block, because that's the only way to make it so that Twitch doesn't force you to watch ads when you join the stream. And so if someone wanted to come in and they were on the good side of that timer, they would get to see a lot of content and then not have an ad at all. And they could probably even leave in lots of cases before it even triggers. Now, if it triggers right away, you know, it could be a little worse in some cases, but there's a higher chance more people don't have to see as much based on that time frame. And then for the people that are here for a long time and they actually pay attention, which is not, it's not a lot because I don't think most people focus on streams that much when they're on. They're just kind of in and out, even if they're in the chat. It's probably something you have to sit through and tolerate, which I appreciate. But I don't run any additional ads. If we go back to their basic program, people were saying that they don't like it as much as this. And then I've heard people say the same thing and vice versa. Seems like majority, though, have gravitated towards the no pre-roll ads, where you just do the block. Now, if they could remove all of it, like I said before, amazing. I don't think they could, though. Again, even if you paid for it, some people would have to pay so much money to be able to remove it for their generation, or how much they generate in revenue for the ads for them, that like it would just be a stupid agreement, and it would be dynamic to each person, right? Because they'd have to cover basis on that projection over time that's likely to happen. But I myself, I'd pay like maybe 20 bucks a month for no ads on Twitch. Almost getting smoked on Rotten at the end. You very rarely have ads on it, Yosa. Well, so you can't because you're subbed, right? Anybody that's subbed doesn't get them. So the way to get ad block, actually technically not ad block, but ad exemption, but you still contribute the exact same amount of engagement as someone that sat through them, is you have to be subbed. And then it would make it as if you did sit and watch them, for me, at least. Same thing as YouTube Premium as well. But I think there should be something the same cost as Premium for the creator, where they can turn them off for everybody, because the engagement factor would go up. There's a lot of people that left the platform that I know, they're just watchers of it, that won't come back as much because of that reason. We talked about it for a while. Alrighty, so now Flexal's done, everything's done. Should have enough for Shrine of Winter. I think with these two. Perfect. We're making decent time on this one. Does turbo disable ads? So it always has been a function or a feature. Is turbo a thing still, though? Can you still do that? 40 endurance would be amazing. And then ADP wise, we'll just go strength. We'll keep 24 ADP the whole time. No luck. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Also, congrats on doing that as well. What did you find the best part of it? What did you enjoy the most? Shaded. Run more ads, make more money. So it doesn't really work like that. That's the thing. It's funny actually you saying that though. I remember when I first started getting like cold DMs or cold emails for like third parties trying to like do contracts and stuff, doing sponsors way back. A lot of friends and like family were like, when I think I did one and I just told them I was like busy and I had to, you know, attend to doing that. Like that was a day I had to schedule for it. When it first started happening, and they're like, oh, like, how often does that happen, whatever? And I was like, there's like a lot of them out there, but most of them aren't worth it. And they're like, why wouldn't you just take every single one? And I'm like, that's the stupidest idea ever. And like it kind of showed the difference between the thought process of someone that shows up and does a task for like a business or something like that and like doesn't strategize like the way or like think of the impact of the intricacies of things. So like every single individual person that had never done anything similar couldn't understand how that makes sense of why you wouldn't say yes to every single thing. And I said, I guarantee you, like, I even just said there will be somebody that I will know at one point that will do that. And then we're going to compare a timeline of like 5 to 10 years and we're going to look at the difference. And I actually have known several people that have done it. And in that 5 to 10 year timeline, it was actually worse than what I even predicted of what would happen. And so they did get a lot of short-term gain for sure. But the content scalability or even just like the enjoyment level for people went down a ton, not only because of interruptions, but also the idea that most of that stuff couldn't actually be stuff that was enjoyable for them or for the audience. And on top of that too, that some of it was actually like hours of time you'd have to dedicate to a different game maybe or something. So that's already a thing. It's different if you like it or it's like it's a good fit. Or maybe even again, it's just like something that's cool. Otherwise though, very tricky. Because it'll inevitably actually be a downside and there's no way it can be an upside in most cases, in almost like 99% of them, but they still didn't understand why that was the case. And then finally they kind of, you know, they realized when I explained it later down the road and it'd give examples. But yeah, it's the run out more ads make more money and genuinely in a serious way. Don't do that. I don't recommend anybody do that. If anything, run no ads in general. Don't make any money from ads at all. On this platform at least. Do a pretty conservative program for YouTube if you do YouTube videos and make better stuff and just get the endorsements from companies you like and games that you want to play. And then maybe make a product one day or a service. That's probably the best way to do it. And definitely be pretty picky about stuff. Say no to almost everything. If you can. Well, I gave him the 1-2. Which game will be the easiest for Sony? DS1 was the easiest one. And the quickest too. So it goes in order. It would be 1, 2, 3. Don't know who you know it from. You think it was Critical, but ads on Twitch were less than $100 a month compared to YouTube, where it was much more. Critical, dude. Critical's ads were I don't know if I believe that. That's insane. I know for a fact I know people that have done better than that, and they're like a fraction of his channel size for ads. That's definitely not true for him. He's probably referencing like somebody that is a smaller channel, or there's something weird with the way he has it set up. For a channel of his size, ads on Twitch per month would be astronomical. Like there's no way. And unless something crazy changed by the time he said that, even for me, if I were to compare mine to scale of him, like in like upscale it, that there's no way. Like he should be able to live off of just the Twitch ads easily for his stream size, and that's like the weakest form of revenue as well. But yeah, I think that on average though, it's probably not great. Bear, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I appreciate that. Enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Welcome to Majin Buu's Drangleic Castle of fun and disorienting punching. With less clothing than before, and more stone statue guys taking a kneel. Taking a knee? I say taking a kneel. Taking a Neil Armstrong. With the back pedals. You're right, but 3 30-second ads in an hour compared to 6 30 seconds, so 3 minutes. Lost time an hour is reasonable. If the disparity is enough. Yeah, it's interesting to like see the, like when you know it's not just a preset time frame, like there's all these different conditions they have now for it where you could do, again, no pre-rolls, all that. I think it all comes down to if someone wants to get an impression of something right away, them coming in on an ad is not great. That's the simplest way of putting it. And to reduce the chances of that is nice. The guarantee of that happening without a blocker of some sort or a sub already being gifted to them is you want to increase the chances they don't have to have those two conditions because they're not as common. Guillermo, that's amazing, dude. Wow. Those moments that happen sometimes, it makes me wonder. Is it gonna give me a bonus if we beat him at the same time? Will we both get some sort of increase? Also, Sam, how are you doing, man? Best Souls game ever. Why is that exactly? Give me your top 3 reasons. I'd like to hear. If you have the time for that. Blessed run, yeah, like we both get an extra Estus or something.
So the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
A. Good luck with the run.
That ghost just saw a very bright light. That's it. There was no actual context after. Or before it was boom. He's like, okay, usually, yeah, we get the running attack and then I get to swing and he's whoa, dead. See ya.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Watching Pirate Software,
So
he was
the world
saying
might be mended.
ferret? Something with a ferret?
Yo, Streaky.
Fuzz, thank you for the 4 months, and Thim, thank you for the 2 again as well. Streaky. Oh yeah, you got the 2 months. You know what, dude, don't even pay attention to that. That doesn't mean anything. They're making you feel bad for no reason. Before that was a thing, it was the good times, because it would just show the total, and no one knew if it was a streak or not. It was all just counted consecutively because it's whenever you can, you know, justify that. And so it's good they still have a total, but dude, if it ever changes to just the streak and then it gets reset every time, the world's over. It's about to end, man. It's apocalyptic times. Because I feel like that, it gamifies it a little bit. It's almost, it's a little bit like, I don't even know, like maybe, let's say someone's messages, like the font that you're typing is bigger and more legible for me if you have a streak that's higher. Like, that would be silly.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Sorry, there was something about a
So
ferret.
the world might be mended.
I was trying to
I
read.
raised 92.
His Ferret's channel makes more money in ads due to it being family friendly, hence wider audience. Depends on which ads. Yeah, exactly. There's a thing in YouTube you can actually go to for anyone that has an account that doesn't know this. Maybe you've made some stuff. It shows what is checked off for advertising, like different types and all that. And then also it shows for suggestive types of advertising if you want that turned off or on. And I think by default it's off. But you're right. Wider appeal, way better, definitely. And it's weird because like it not isn't necessarily like just niche based. It's like person to person in some cases. And that's still definitely in like the efforts that are put in, the way things are done. That is why it is affected that way. But it isn't just specifically like overall that niche has a preset template for those advertisers. It's very much individual, for sure. It's funny even for like the way they do targeted ads as a consumer too. I notice on Twitch specifically, the ones I get are the same, and they're not necessarily terrible ads, but I've heard people get ones that are in different languages and like ones that are weird too, for things that I've never seen before. I didn't even know they even made those types of things on this platform, right? So like all that stuff is weird too. It's interesting because it makes me wonder, out of the total pool of stuff that maybe you're friendly towards in terms of advertising in general, making things, out of the people that are going to see it, what do they see out of it based on the targeted profile? How's it filter it? And if your profile doesn't match specifically at all, like let's say it's a very weak case to push an ad to someone within your bubble of stuff that you apply to, how does that work? Like, does it just show you something unrelated then? And is that maybe why also on here people see some weird ones sometimes? I don't know. Aqua Leader, 92-month streak is insane, man. That's so good. That is, yeah, that's a long time. It's almost as old as Miyazaki's cat at the moment. This is an Expedition 60 run. So, okay, what does that even mean? Because there's a game called Expedition, but what does Expedition 60 particularly mean then? Brex, thank you for gifting Jory a sub. Welcome back, Jory. You're now the Elder Inquisitor of the Abyssal Woods and Drangley Castle. I'm gonna give you a gesture here. You only got the basic ones. I'm gonna point. I'm gonna disappear. Wait. One more? I have a hole inside my shoulder here. The character is hollow. We've proven it. There's no bones. That's why we can get through all this beating. You're wrong. Just check the VOD, the video. Biggest stream made 11K on Twitch, and a VOD on stream on YouTube made 79. Just the VOD. Or critical. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, easily. Like I said, it's like probably salary for a year for one VOD that has. If he did like 6 hours and he had the medium or the balance setting, and like same setting as I would do for it, and then it was like all memberships discluded, and he has a good RPM, CPM, plus also wide appeal for advertisers. It was the right subject. I'm sure it could be a salary for sure in one thing. Because Ludwig said that his second channel that he does on YouTube as like I don't know if it's reruns or anything like that. It's something very, very automated, very basic. Like that takes care of everything for him, and it's not like his main stuff that is even engaging or takes that much time. Like that alone is just wild, apparently. But there's also like a huge community of people out there where you don't even know who they are. You'll never know. They might not even necessarily speak as much in the content. They probably have they have the maximum amount of channels you possibly could imagine, and they just automated all of them, and they're just really into the back end of being able to leverage all the tools they can to make stuff, make it engaging, make it good. People enjoy it, but like you don't know them as like a character, a person, an identity even. They're just it's all faceless. So much of that out there too. And I think a lot of it's good, but it is nice to see individuals where, you know, you get their personality too. And it's also really hard to also translate personality without it going too far sometimes. Or even depending on the subject too, right? Like something might be educational, but it's like you wouldn't understand personal aspect as much as easily, or it's maybe not as easily to implement because you're just trying to get the information across to teach someone some. Oh, the 1 second attack right there, it went through the rim of the shield and it was fine. That's a weird angle there. It actually, it looked like it clipped a little bit of it visually. No box. Nice. Okay, I don't think we really need to get the maximum amount of souls at this point for it, but I still want to level the strength and see where that goes. Oh, I'm going to go down. I'm going to go down. I want to get spell quartz, but we already hit the button. We got to go fast. Sound like you inhaled helium and your voice was echoing.
What do you mean? I always have helium inside of me. I just have to push the button to be able to sound like I have helium. Why is everything looking all wavy? I can't see straight.
I've never actually inhaled helium before. I've always wondered what that'd be like. I've seen people do it. Like, I've been in the room where someone does it, and it does sound hilarious, but yeah, man. Laughing gas and helium, both of those. I'm wondering what that'd be like. Have I played Elder Souls? I don't even know what that is. Also, dude, Lion, thank you for gifting Guillermo a sub. Okay, you know what? Jory and Guillermo for getting gifted subs in general is super, super nice of you guys, but also a good idea, or it was a good choice if that was directly chosen by you. Because they've been here for a really long time. They've spent a crazy amount of time in the channel. That is a well worthwhile gift sub. If they slip up in any way, shape, or form, they get a freebie. If someone else does, though, they're going into the Perry Potter prison and they're going to be looped for an eternity. And Miyazaki will tickle their toes. And they'll be doing it remotely, too. He'll have like a pull chain with a feather that just kind of tickles you. And there's no proof that it was actually him, but I can tell you 100% that it's got to be in the contract that you won't even know you're going to sign. What if you like your toes being tickled? I think he probably wouldn't do it then, because it wouldn't be the same application, right? The next prisoner of Azkaban, yeah. Okay, let me get this bonfire this time. And we're going to try the same thing we did yesterday here. Froggy Man, no. Frames on the door. No, okay. Shouldn't have even gone for that one. You hate this part of the game? Well, you know what? I don't know if this is going to be like a formula to make it through, but if you had roughly this much health and okay stamina, I think you might be able to take the left side and do okay with it. Not to say you're going to do it first try, but I was very bad at getting through this part too. So if you want to be like casual, let's say you get hit, run and jump onto here and then go around this side and take your chance. It's like a slightly more doable carnival game. It's the carnival game where like you actually beat it and then they don't have the prize because they didn't think anyone would win. Nice. Definitely get that. And then definitely Estus. Nice. Okay, even better. know what? Just in case, we'll open this one too. Riot at the carnival. Anyone know how they do the weight guessing? Like where they're just like, yeah, you weigh this exactly this much? Tell me about that one. Also, again, like where you don't stand in a specific spot. You like for people standing in different locations within maybe a radius of 15 feet squared or greater. How do they do that? Because we talked about this before, and there was a lot of guesses, but everyone kept saying like a plate where there's like a weighted thing underneath. But like, I swear to you, that would be impossible in the way that it happened to me, and the way it happened to the other person I witnessed as well. And the guy got me to the actual pound. It was wild, man. I also had a backpack on too. He's like, you don't even have to take it off. He's like, just leave the backpack on. It's cool. And then I got him to, yeah, I got him to do it, and I was like, man, this is silly. Hidden scales. Okay, so but where would the hidden scale be if I stood in a spot that I chose? And also the other lady that was doing it, she wasn't even like near the actual part where the guy was standing. Is there a scale under the entire concrete of the whole entire ground somehow? That's the only thing. We weren't standing in a specific spot. He never said, come and stand here. He never told me where to stand. And everyone was in like a circle around the guy. And when he guessed mine, it made a lot of other people want to do it. And they were in different spots. So that's something, to this day, at one of those types of carnivals and everything, I actually think that was pretty cool. I was like, okay, how are we doing that? You think it's a legit skill? That's what he told me when I asked him. He said he's just really good at it, but... And he gave me some information. He gave me some feedback of why he would guess that. But the guess being accurate to that level and watching it happen too. It's not like he just got miraculously lucky on me and then I never saw him do it again. I saw him do it twice in a row. And I was like, what is this? They can measure your volume by eye, then convert it to density on the fly. But that, for what I understand though with anatomy, density is not easy to predict because there's bone mass, there's relative, what's it called, like waterways stuff. So like your level of hydration can change that, even marginally. But like if they're going to the pound, that could be a difference too. It's actually pretty impressive. Have you seen German competition people cutting pretzels exactly in the middle? That's different though, that's cutting something. Like anything that has to do with physics is a bit different, like where you're actually doing a real-time 3D action, but someone like just guessing a number that's exact without you doing anything, and people being in different places too, it's just weird. It freaked me out a lot though. I was like, that's scary, man. Like, I can't believe that. It's more math than bio, down to pound average is not enough. Yeah, I would say most averages that I can imagine or equations they could use still wouldn't be exact enough to do it all the time. And he said that he had, like I asked him, like, how often do you get it wrong? He's like, I haven't been wrong for a while. I was like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Are you lying or is this a miracle? Tracking your calorie intake? He never asked about that. There was no question he asked about anything. He literally just looked at me and then told me. He just walked in a circle and then he, like, around me, and he did it. That's why when you would say like there's a scale under the ground, that makes 100% sense if you're in a spot where you could do that. But I'm like, they definitely did not pave the entire area or where that general area was held ahead of time and put scales underneath for no reason. That would be too elaborate. Did he pick you up? He didn't touch me at all. He just walked in a circle and he said the exact amount of pounds. And like their scale there, when you weigh it, you could say that was rigged, but I actually weighed myself at home as well, and it literally was the same. Like, and I already knew too, like I had weighed myself not super long before that, so I knew the average fluctuations and all that, and I'm like, even if he was off by like 1 or 2, that's still impressive. But it was like, it was it. Like, he did it. Practice weighing different people, yeah. Is that still enough to explain it though? I don't know. Like, it seems almost kind of like, oh yeah, someone walked on water. Yeah, they just got really fast, you know, or they're just really light. Maybe. Maybe, but is it enough? Anyways, yeah, that was cool. That was a cool thing that happened to me at one point. Parry time. He's been watching you for weeks. Even then. That's still impressive too. Or pattern recognition, doing it with thousands of people and being given the actual weight, possibly picking up on a pattern that isn't obvious when not pursuing the skill. Yeah, I'm sure there's like weird unseen things that they could tap into maybe. Maybe also for some people, and this is just like out there. I'm not saying this is actually true or not, but maybe if the person already knew what the number would be or their estimation, he can somehow like read your mind in that way. Like there's a mental aspect to it where there's certain signs of that. I don't know. It's hard to say. There's other things where that is at play, but to the exact extent of the number, I don't know. I could say for keywords or conditioning people with certain phrases for sure. Like that, you can do a lot of manipulation with that kind of stuff. That actually makes sense. But to extract a particular number even from someone's head is that would have to also be conditioned too. It wouldn't be like necessarily an exact thing that happened. A scanner in the eye. He's got like, dude, he's got Google contact lenses that scan the body. Okay, anyways. Wow. Maybe it's aliens. Even that would still be interesting though. Like there's no explanation I could ever think of for that one thing that would still be not miraculous to me. All the basic like practice stuff is cool, but like that's kind of a given that you'd have to be kind of good at it, right? It's kind of like the thing with the picture that I put in the Discord the one time, and I'm not going to scare anybody by talking about it too much or show you guys the picture again. For the ones that saw it, you guys saw it. But we were trying to get into like, there's people that actually identify things in photos that are pretty like acclimated to it, and there was someone that was pretty into that stuff that touched it up even more, and we found even more things, and they said they had no idea how to explain it. And everyone's skeptical too. They were just like, eventually they couldn't, they would go through their reasoning, but then even the reasoning would fall short, and then they'd have nothing they could say. Because it was like 70-80% skepticism for people. And then it got down to like such a small amount that I'm like, okay, we still haven't explained that. And then you guys were involved with it too. So yeah. That's my only direct contribution to the ether of weird, for sure. If you're perceptive, you could see things with easy that seem impossible to others because they never experienced that. Through what type of mechanism, though? What's the proposed mechanism of action, or the system or the framework of that? Like, how would you be able to extrapolate it? That's the only thing I'm asking. Even if it's not possible to understand, but like, what would be the operational interplay, or like the things that are happening when that's going on? Because the notion of that could be true, but I'd have to have some sort of like reference, at least like a indication there's a system. All right, anyways, fist and bell stab. No effigies, unfortunately, at the moment. You have to buy some from Valencia. It's like a magic trick. One, you know the secret won't be fun anymore, so do you really want to know? That one I would, because there's a lot of magic tricks that blew my mind before, but then I know the answer now, and the answers aren't necessarily disappointing. They're just like, again, very preparatory, or like they have a lot of effort put into them, and they're very calculated. But this one seems like something that, even if you put a lot of effort into it, whatever that would be, whatever I can imagine that effort would be, doesn't begin to start the path in the direction. There's not even a semblance of like any idea I could form. Whereas, you know, a lot of like teleportation, again, walking on water, all that stuff, I could start to form ideas of how you would do that easily. I think there was even like there's a little gif I saw of a dude that was doing the disappearing magic trick, and it's just two people, right? And like, you know, there's like a dummy upper body, Or no, sorry, dummy legs, upper body is like horizontal, and then he just jumps through a thing. And it's like, yeah, I could start to understand aspects of that kind of idea without seeing that already. Like there'd have to be some sort of, you know, more complicated thing going on behind the scenes. Not necessarily that it's simple and then he's really good at just doing the thing, but there's probably a lot of props and like other people involved too. But that's just something you see though. Like the unseen being guessed is interesting. All it made me think of is, dude, if I'm doing like a personal training plan for somebody and I could tell them their weight without them telling me and it was to the exact pound, the amount of success you'd gain from that, like you'd just be, or you'd be scaring people too sometimes, but like they'd be like, you're so good, how did you know that? Like, imagine the applications. It's like guess the price. The more you guess, the better you get. More references, more points, more data sets. Yeah. Yeah. Makes me just wonder how many hours you'd have to do that for then. Even to be slightly on point. Sleight of hand. Magician put a full deck of cards, loose cards on your hand. Put your other hand firmly... Sorry, put your other hand on firmly pressed down, could feel the cards. He snapped his fingers, told you to look. It turned into a plastic brick the size of the deck. That's interesting. That's a cool one. I don't think I've had a trick played on me like that before. I've seen a magic show. I've been to like a thing where people did it on a stage, and then I had a friend that did a card trick. Wasn't that impressive, but it was
keeping me
it was
sane while
bewildering
I
for
grind
sure.
out my game.
And then they told me how to do it eventually, and the way they explained it, it was still cool to me. It didn't ruin it, but it was really hard to do though. That's the thing. I could never actually do it myself. I tried to. It was very tricky though. Also, Z, what's going on, man? Keeping you sane while you grind out your game. What are you playing? And also, thank you for the bits, dude. You didn't have to do that. You should have used a TTS message of the lady spamming letters over and over, sounding like a sprinkler. What was the weight, Shady, at the time? I think it was like 213 pounds or something like that, is what he guessed. I can't remember the exact number now because it's been a long time since then. It was years ago. But I think it was like 213 or something like that. 213, 214. It wasn't quite a, you know, like if I said 215, that's a nice looking number. It was a weird one in between. And I think the last number was the 3. It wasn't like a 210, 205, 215, 220, you know, denomination of 5 or whatever. So the weirder part would be, I wonder if you asked him to do fractions, like if you went decimal places after that, how far he could go with that too, or if that's just something that he didn't practice for and he wouldn't know. Because then you would know. Then you would know exactly how deep that goes. But I asked him quite a few questions, and he told me a decent amount, but he didn't tell me what we wanted. Also, Octurnal. I am life. I think this character could technically be life, embodied in a green man that has pink hair that's trying to become pink again fully, and return to the Atlantic Ocean as a salmon. Just swim. Maybe find Nemo. Do you think he could do his own weight to the first decimal? That's actually okay. That's a funny question, but it makes sense though. If he hadn't jumped on a scale for a long time and then had factored in only up to that day, you know, like relative amount of food intake that wasn't repeated over the previous day, like dynamically with water and all these different things, could he do it himself? That would still be impressive. If I right now, for example, hadn't weighed myself in a long time, which I haven't, and I told you exactly to the decimal, first decimal, that'd blow my mind. I would pass out from like how cool that would be. Let alone multiple times. Like that'd just be ridiculous. So it would be just as interesting to see that. There'd be a little bit of a better chance, but it would be pretty interesting. Oh, Mimic with the turnaround. What was that? Okay. Get into Guardian Fog. Again, all that stuff's happening with Eldias because I had randomizer installed in the game. And it was making this part function differently even when I de-randomized from the application itself. Only other thing you guys could see is maybe most recently those ghosts on the way to Dragonlight Castle. You could see the color of their armor slightly, even though they were kind of spectral. So that was sort of weird. It's a good point. Depending on the time of day, you made a good guess. Exactly, because the occasion that happened that day was that I ate food I normally wouldn't eat that had an odd amount of calories that wasn't routine, and I drank in a particular amount of water that wouldn't be the average I'd have on that day, and was walking more steps than I'd walk at that time. There's a lot of factors that were completely different about that day that would change. It would fluctuate things by a bit, for sure. And that's why when I got home, nothing had changed. It was pretty close to being able to get home from that time. It was right when I was leaving the event, I guess you could call it. And then not too much turnover time to get home, and I weighed myself. I'm like, dude, he was right. Like, and the thing that they used was not fake. There's a very low chance it was fake. Because I still had in my head, I'm like, there's got to be a scam going on here. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna let go of that. That still, it perplexes me a bit. It's an interesting one. And to simply say just like don't think about it or don't care, once that happens to you, there's it's hard to just be like, yeah, there's probably like a simple explanation. There's definitely, it's nothing super simple. There's no way. Wonder if he can do women too. He did. He did a ladies' weight right after me, and we stuck around for that and saw it. And she was like freaking out too. And there's other people that he'd already guessed before that were crowding around, like staying to watch the consecutive people like me, because they had the exact same experience. And I asked him like, how often are you wrong? And he said like, rarely ever. And I think I asked him like, when was the last time that he did get something wrong? But it wasn't that day though. It wasn't even like recently. So he didn't even make a mistake that day at all. According to him, at least. I mean, he could say he lied, but at the same time, even if he lied, it's still impressive to see. Like, let's say you never even had a skill, and you just randomly guessed two people's weight at that moment to the scale's specificity, back to back. That's still impressive. Chances of that are very low. So, even with training, yeah, I'm sure he probably is telling the truth. If you're purposely being unpredictable, that makes you predictable. There you go. It's more fun to throw a monkey wrench and watch him try to adapt. Always be unpredictable. Next time you meet a magician who asks you, like throw the cards away, or instead of grabbing a card, grab the whole deck. Oh, like do something they don't request. That's interesting. I've thought of that kind of stuff before. That makes me wonder too, for certain tricks that have a lot of steps, like how much like nature is there in like where you could freestyle different parts if someone does something wrong, or maybe even you screw up. Like how do you recover from certain parts? Because I know that a lot of the tricks, like you actually have to be perfect. You can't screw them up at all. Yeah, also Wolfie too, with what you're saying about the body fat percent, that's still technically fairly dynamic anyways, because you'd have predispositions for certain things. So if someone was wearing clothes and it wasn't form-fitting to a degree where it was really easy to see, the facial amount of fast storage for guessing that on somebody would be so dynamic. Like you could have a pretty shredded face and have a higher body fat percentage in some cases if you're really, you know, genetically predisposed for that. Then some people could have other factors where they don't even have a high body fat face, but they had like, you know, just a lot of water retention, puffiness from other things. Maybe there's like multiple factors that have nothing to even do with the whole total calculation of it at that moment. And then you would have a harder time even judging based on what you can see with skin that's available. Like there's so many weird things I thought of, and I'm like, what is the, because you could say relative height. Again, they didn't measure me. So that was one thing that was weird. And yeah, density, you could guess density. The realm of the mad guy. This guy looks like he could be something in the Shinigami realm or Death Note for sure. The only human, like the bipedal guy that just has the fists, but he could be a Shinigami for sure. Either that or, again, halfway transformed Majin Buu. Oh, we got the backstab. No, the one shot from it. Oh my god, the damage. And the shadow's going crazy over there. He's probably very good at it, Denny. Yeah, of course. Like, you can say that anyone's good at anything. It doesn't matter how good somebody is, though. It's more of the idea of how would you explain anything that puts you in a direction that's likely. That's the thing. I don't even need anyone to tell me how he did it. It's more so, where do you even get into like the frame of mind where you could start to go in a direction? It's the only thing. Nothing that anyone had said in response to it when I talked about it before, or even now, even starts the direction for me. It doesn't even start the path. It's just like, it gets exempted immediately because of other things. Like, other than the guarantee that he practiced something. Like, there's something that obviously took some time and probably wasn't like just lucky at that second every time. I'm sure there's effort, but that's just also basic. And there's other things I've experienced that are even crazier than that we won't get into too much, but they also, like, the chances of them mathematically are so low that there just simply is no explanation. It's really wild. But we'll save those for another time. We'll have another conversation about that stuff. Alrighty. They are going on a field trip, and the bus didn't show up, so they're screwed. Not just impressive. Probably impressive to others because they don't have a way to compare. Imagine seeing 4 colors instead of 3. Interesting. 3 colors versus 4. Yeah, the guy's got the, I think we're going to stick with Google Glass contacts, like futuristic contacts that, like, has the AI that can calculate everything to the best possible decimal. Jared, what's going on, man? How deep are we into the run? Knuckle or the shoulder? This is pretty much 70% for the entirety of it, I would say. Maybe. Actually, wait, time-wise, let me think about this. Because we're pretty much endgame for here. Maybe we'll say 65% through. 60 to 65%. It hurts your soul every time you use the ring to go back and lose souls. Oh, the, what's it called? Dark Sign? Yeah, at this point, our levels are pretty crazy. The fist damage is a lot. Like, we got 40 for the vitality, which is amazing. And the scaling for the fist, it probably could go up a little bit, but it's excessive at this point. It's pretty insane. So I was thinking, let's just get the last couple things, and you know, we won't even have to homeward bone from here anyways. going on, Lewis? How are you doing? It's going good. How are you? Didn't enjoy Dark Souls 2. Didn't bother with the DLCs, Ravi. So if you ever go back to it, I do recommend trying them. They're the best part. But I totally hear you on not enjoying the game as much. It's like almost the same thing as telling somebody, hey, you hate coffee, so drink Turkish coffee, black, and then eat the coffee grinds in the bottom and smile after. Like, you're probably not going to do that. You want to try it, Roaring? It's good. Very strong. It's made the proper way, for sure. You can also do the, I guess it would be called like tea readings, or you can tell your future with it. See little pictures in the bottom. If you do it the traditional way, right? Okay, now we will use this amount of souls to level. And then we'll see how Nishandra and Throne Watchers go. Not doing optional bosses, so why are you going to Dragon Area? You're not doing Vendrick. Why to go to Memories of Giants? You can't beat the game unless you do that. You need Ashen Mistheart and Souls of Giants to open the throne, so you can do Throne Watcher, Defender, Nishandra. And you need King's Ring to open the door as well. Yeah, the scaling for this goes down a lot at this point, even for decks, so... I guess we could put the points in just cuz, but what is that? That's, sorry, 5 damage, 5 increase on that? That's not that much. And we still have some poppables. I think we're going to use those for life gems.
Thanks.
We only have 14, so let's get rid of all these. Wait, I gotta look better doing this. Oh, beautiful. Here we go. This might be one of my favorite characters we accidentally came up with. There's a radiant beauty. It's hard to explain. It's not even like I'm being sarcastic either. There's some level of, I don't know. He's definitely got the aura for sure. As the children say these days, he's got the max aura. Yeah, if you could do resins on your fists in this one, I would be all for it. I would try it. The only issue is I think you'd have to do the tumble buff glitch, and I'm not sure if you could even do it on Scholar. I've never seen that. I've heard that you can do it on this one. I don't know if that's true though. Did it on Dark Souls 1, and I tried it on, I think it was on Moonlight Butterfly. I ended up hitting her with, oh, what weapon was it? I think it was Smough's hammer with Sunlight Blade or something. And it was just stupid. The damage was so stupid. If Tarzan met Barbie instead of Jane. Oh man. It almost kind of looks like if, I don't even know, maybe... I want to say if Willem Dafoe, like, fell into a giant industrial factory's worth of cotton candy, maybe, and then to be able to get out of it, he had to do, like, a lot of pulling animations and, like, pushing animations, and ended up getting buff at the same time while escaping. And then the Green Goblin laughing gas was made in real life, and he did inhale some by accident. And then he watched a lot of Dragon Ball Z. That's what he looks like. Never knew that. You finished it with the memories, but never knew it. You're playing Dark Souls 3 as well. Yeah, we're going to go right into it after this one. We'll take a short break, though, because we have been going for about 4 hours. And then we'll do that one. And the goal on that will be deathless, but also much quicker than we did it recently. Because I went through everything. We did the DLC as well. And it was okay. It was pretty good. Wasn't the fastest though, so I'm gonna try to see if we can make it even quicker. A vat of Hubba Bubba Bubblegum. Okay, let's try to not get cursed. As we get cursed. But, look at this. Oh shit, wait. Laser. Multi-laser? Wait, did I get cursed again as using that? That was weird. I think we were still in range, so it just double cursed. You're doing 1800 damage with Sunlight Spear with Dragon Torso buff? Oh my god. 1800, that's more than the character has. I've seen some pretty funny clips where it was Dragon Torso Stone with Firestorm, I believe. And then I've seen one where it was like a plunge attack with the, I think it was Demon's Great Axe, Crystal Magic Weapon, Power Within, RTSR, and Sanctus. Oh my god. It's like the precursor to Elden Ring there. Tonteni, what's up? Good morning, man. Is it Monday for you? How are things looking from the future, as always? We need the updates. I don't think that the weather forecast or news is enough. We need time travelers. Like, all the local stuff's a distraction. Yeah, you can give us the good stuff. Okay, so I wouldn't say that was like super fast, but overall it's not a super long run for DS2. I'm not sure if we'll ever go back and do Vanquisher Seal again on this one, since we did the all content with it for fun, but I am looking forward to doing everything in this one without it. So as a part of the trilogy that we're doing today, that was it's like a step above DS1, but nothing insane, nothing wild. I do recommend the Ring if you guys want to use it.
Dot, is that the Joker and Michael Jackson's kid?
One thing that's nice, because we had randomizer put in, look at the high speed credits. That's actually worth it. You know what? I'll take the Aldia's Keep that's completely busted with all the dudes breaking out of the cages early for early credits. Because normally we wouldn't be able to skip that. Only thing is, you don't get to hear the song while I take a break. So instead, it's going to be the menu music of DS3. Or even better, actually, do this song. We could do Majula. We could, you know what? We could do Majula. You guys like Majula better, right? That was 2 hours, 6 minutes. We're not going to count the save file time beyond this. I'll stay in Majula. We'll pause the total timer. And bump the Majula tunes. And again, Fisting Philip. We have to. I think it was it Knight we did? 15? No, that's Vitality, sorry, Strength. It's Warrior. For default appearances, we'll pick Richard Hammond, and then we're gonna change him up a little bit.
The savages call me Armageddon. I'm going to end the world in the nicest way possible.
Okay, he's definitely morphing. Savage, thank you once again, man. They call you Armageddon, you're gonna end the world in the nicest way possible? What would that even look like? Like buy one, get one free end of the world coupons or something? It's like, hey, like the world's ending right now, but for a limited time only, you can get 2 ice cream cones for the price of 1, and I brought them to you. Do you want to buy one? It's like, I don't know. It's like, we also have end of the world supplies for sale too. Like, I don't even know what would be an end of the world supply. Like, I guess private jets and spaceships or something like that. I don't know what else you could have. Boats would probably not be good enough, depending on the nature of it. I think we're gonna go with this one. We'll go with the different haircut here. Make it gray. He's getting a little bit older. Still keep him green. And I think he should Should be pretty impressive with the physique here. Let's see. Let's max out everything.
Whatever you do, don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Actually, no, big head doesn't make sense. Super small head to make the illusion here. Sweet. Save into the favorites. Missing Philip has been reborn. Alright. The masked Jim Carrey. I don't know if he resembled Jim Carrey that much, but he could be the masked character in a fictional sense, in his own fantasy world. Maybe the mask when no one's wearing him. Also, I'm kind of disappointed he's not as green as I thought he would be. Unfortunately. Danny, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Ow. Yeah, so one thing we're trading on this one, we're getting a bit more strength, but we're not going to get spook. So I don't think we're going to be too much slower because of that. It's just Irithil that changes, but it's one thing to note here. Like round shield. Oh, round shield strike. I just realized that. Okay, so we're going bare hand parry for Gundyr. And then we'll buy the leather one. Whatever you do, don't drink Kool-Aid. Oh, the Kool-Aid's what they want you to think you're supposed to drink. And there was a time where it was fine. They actually changed it up on us. It used to be okay. Pairing and then the bitch slapping. Oh boy. I really like the bare hand parry in this game. It's actually pretty good. I think it's 7 frames. But the animation for it's nice, in my opinion. They didn't really make it look like a small shield parry. Why no armor? Gives you 50% penalty to your defense stats. Well, defense is for people that get attacked by enemies, dude. When Gundyr can't hit you because he can't perceive movements in this time, then you know, we're operating on the quantum field here. It's time travel. Like, he's trying to attack me from the past right now. We've already beaten him though. Like, I can see in my mind us going to Firelink and buying the items, and then the physical reality has to catch up because the material would actually completely collapse if it also moved at the same point as the mental focus of where we're going in this. But there will be a time. There will be a time for some defense. Yeah, the goal is to make this one actually good. Less levels for health, more damage. Good gameplay, and then definitely saving skulls for deacons, making sure the deacons' skulls are good. I might even grab the extra 2 just in case, because with less health that could make it a bit easier, and then the time that we would gain, still a net positive there. It's still good. Favorite FromSoft game? Favorite FromSoft game would be Elden Ring. What about you? All right, dagger. Nothing else. Sad mask. It's just the face that's green. Yeah, unfortunately, it was some sort of weird makeup that he put on, I guess. Maybe he is the Joker. And it wasn't the other character. See, there's a little bit more strength than we had on the Assassin. And if it actually makes it go up a point, that's amazing. I remember there was a difference in how he leveled in a couple of the practice runs we did on this. Or we could say the one was actually a Deathless. It was pretty good for the rules we had. But the one that was practice as well, there was a difference of 1 level and it didn't do anything. There was no difference in the damage on Vort. If this makes it go up by 1, it would definitely be a bit quicker. Because we start off at 16 strength here. We got 19 now. What are the strats you use to complete these types of runs? For this one, honestly, just doing any percent and playing good, that's it. For Dark Souls 1, Dragon Torso Stone. For Dark Souls 2, Vanquisher Seal is what we use, so that made it similar to a weapon run. Like, basically a weapon run for DS1. DS2, mostly the same. And then, yeah, just playing really good. I played bad on DS2. DS1 was okay. It was like, I think it was kind of cool because we actually got a Duke skip and we didn't die on it fully. Like, I was able to save it. This one will be amazing. Because we got more than enough practice at not taking any excuses on this. Bare fist like Castus? No. So, like, the character can't have anything equipped as a weapon. So you could say weaponless would be a good way to put it. You like the DS3 a lot. You're in the middle of Elden Ring, but it's great. What would be the middle of it? Like, how many hours would you consider that? Kind of curious what a first playthrough even goes like for someone now. Mine was, want to say 200 and... Was it 200 hours? No, sorry, no. Mine was 100 and something hours. But it could have easily been like 250, though, because I still missed some stuff. And that was pre-DLC, so with DLC time frame combined, I think it would have been up to... like, thoroughly explored 300 plus, at least. So yeah, what is halfway? Yeah, the damage actually did go up. So it gained 1 extra point. It must be every, like, couple levels or so in how it translates into force defense. Okay, that was a really good board. Very, very good. I think even with some mistakes, that would have to be faster because the damage on that is a little better. Okay. Locked in. I think that we got locked in. You kind of have to be locked in on this one. So we already gained that from the second attempt to do fists only on this one. It was almost like mandatory. Because early game's fairly tricky until... Like, you have the choice for it to not be as tricky after this point. I think around... Like, at Abyss Watchers, you could make it slightly less tricky. If you're good at backstabs. After that, then it increasingly can become easier in terms of survival, but I don't want to necessarily do the survival route on this. I want to go pretty hardcore. So we're going to try that out and see how it goes. I think I could still block with this, right? It's a weird-looking shield. Okay, RNG is so bad on this part. It's unfortunate. I did my best, but we'll have to hit this. We have no choice because they're not moving. And then we can still go now, but I mean, oh, terrible settlement. I remember those days on the actual world record attempts, man, where it's like the run's ruined because that door. It was pretty classic. Thoughts on Elden Ring movie? It sounds like a cool idea, dude. I think that they could make a really good movie for it. Just depends on the writing and like what they focus on from the story, since there's so much stuff in it. And also, we were talking about the idea of the events before the game. There's stuff in the game that's really relevant that plays into the story, but there's characters that are missing, and they have references. Or maybe they have like some sort of storyline that they're at the end of by the time you get there. So I want to see how they do that. That's my most curious part of it, is like, you know, Godwyn, maybe Sarosh specifically, or pre-Sarosh Godfrey. Maybe pre-Elden Lord in general, or the initial Elden Lord. How do they do the CGI budget, specifically, if there even is? Why don't you start with Dragonstones in Dark Souls 3? For this one, I like this run without the Dragonstone. And also for the DS1, that's the only way to do it. So this one, you can still do it without it. If you could do it without it in DS1, I would totally not do the Dragonstone. Even though it looks really cool. It definitely is a cool appearance. It's kind of funny too. But yeah, Dragonstone purely was just because that is the way to beat the game like that. And I said, if anyone does it, I'll buy you any game you want on Steam. I'll buy you any game coming out, pre-order anything for you, or I'll gift you the equivalent of, it would be like 10 subs, tier 1 if you stream. If someone does that. I don't think anyone will. I'm not saying that no one's capable of being good. It's just not mathematically feasible in my opinion. So I would love to see it. I'd love to be proven wrong on that one. When you did Bloodborne, Fists Only Vicar Mila, you had locked in for an hour plus. That was tapping into a different wavelength than this one, for sure. This one, the only fight we ever had on this particular challenge was the run where I routed it really badly. And I think it was... Dancer was getting there. It wasn't quite in that mindset fully yet. If it went for another like 20 minutes, it would have been close. Or would have been like right around where Amelia was getting to. And then... What was another one that was wild on that? There's a few fights that were crazy. Yeah, when we did it incorrectly, that was really good practice though. But Dancer's moveset's so simple, and for me, that the translation of it there is different, because Amelia, I actually did not know how to fight properly. Like, I actually learned how to do it from that run. That was the cool part about it. Like, there was no ability to do that before. Quit out! Saving it. Journey 2, Stout. What about Journey 2? Like the game? There's a second Journey game? Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm getting those skulls for Deacons just in case. And also, Denny, thank you for the good luck, man. I appreciate it. I think, yeah, we don't do the skip for the lift here, but do we just go up and get everything else now, then? Get Flynn's immediately? I think we'd still have to send it down, wouldn't we? It's just for soul to pop. Let's try it. Let's try it and then do the run back again. Because there's Homeward Bones here. Dark Souls 3 Fist Only Journey 2. This is the first playthrough. Isn't Shield on Fist Only kind of cheating, Sensei? 100%, yeah. Actually, playing the game in general is cheating. You're not allowed to play the game, because if you do, that means you use stuff that exists in the software. So turning it on and pressing start already, it invalidates everything you do. Let alone speaking that it exists. So it can be a thing, but you can't interact with it though. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, didn't save that one, unfortunately. Right before Flynn's, too. That's a little bit of a shame. I probably could have reacted to the save quite a bit sooner on that one. We did the dog one pretty good. The home run bat, dude, that's one of my favorite situations in a run where you could get yeeted. There's not many other ones. You can get this bridge right here, but it's kind of hard because she usually does the Dory's Nigh. And then it's also pretty crowded, so you're probably more likely to get the pot thrown at you or get scooped a bit. That one's kind of funny, though. That was what I was talking about the whole time. We finally got to at least show it. Not that it's the nicest thing. So it's going to be down position. Let's see. Yep, so we're just going to go to the bonfire now. Get farmed, exactly, man. Indeed. Only thing I wish we could do here is, and it's because when you homeward and you go back to the bonfire, it'll still reset it as if you sat anyways. You can't get that lift position to be better. You still have to wait no matter what. That's one thing that sucks. Because there's no way to go through that area quicker right away. You still wait the same sequence. And then if you do it where you do the skip, you could choose going backwards here, but either way it kind of sucks for the time on that. So we'll just go get the other stuff we need. And will we try to skip loading? No, we get loading because we didn't do it immediately. True. An Ember. Ember and stare into the eyes. Transformed Richard Hammond. Reformed Richard Hammond. When you selected Journey 2 instead of DLC, or was that a different run? This isn't the same run, but this is an any % version of the one you're referencing. And it's not the exact same character. I think we deleted that one. Then we redid one that was a little bit better than that. I gotta kind of get used to the idea of not doing this again this week, because I really want to do the all bosses again. It's so fun. It's gonna maybe a little bit of a break from this particular game. What's up, Matthew? King Ring on PS4, Elden? I don't think you can give somebody the King Ring, can you? Any solo Night Rain runs you have in mind already, EXO? Not really, no. I didn't have any plans for Night Rain at all. Just there's the thing that I said that was a potential event that's happening. There's technically 2 events, so one of them didn't happen, and then the other one, again, it was a last-minute thing. They just gave me the heads up. They're like, are you interested? And I said yes. And so it doesn't mean it's going to happen. It'll just be dependent on if they go through with it and they do it, and they need the people that they gauged interest from and they asked. But that would be on the 28th, and then we would be doing, I don't know if it's a tournament specifically or it's something, but there's teams and there's team captains. Like, it's not Twitch Rivals, but it's similar to how that was laid out, where you have people, they pick their team or they get assigned team members, and then you're against other teams, and they're just preset. Some sort of objective system or circuit or whatever. I don't know. So there might be that before it comes out. Otherwise, I was going to play it when it comes out, see how it is, and go from there. Because I didn't really get to play a lot of it. Like, there's still definitely some stuff I was curious about when we got the network test. Isn't there spice things up for DS3 on this? I don't believe so. Not like at this point of the game. But yeah, Vanquishers unfortunately was just like a lazy thing. It had nothing to do with the fact we couldn't do DS2 fists only the normal way. I just don't have enough time today. And I don't want to disappoint you guys in the sense that we say we're going to do the trilogy this stream and we don't. Like, there's just no way that's happening. There's no change of plans with that idea. And I didn't like the idea of not doing it anyways just because of that. So I was like, okay, let's just go with what I originally had planned, which was Vanquisher Seal. That was the initial idea I had. And then let's try to stray away from what I ideally would want and then do that with even more games and actually do it really well. Like, practice everything decently, get good times for each one. Get Demon Souls in there, get Bloodborne back in there, do Bloodborne better than we did before, and do like a 5-game, like, super silly fun marathon. That'd be amazing. I'll be very happy with that. So for now, this is just like a little bit of a fun thing. And then I was aiming to do a bit better of a character build on this one, where we have the stats leveled better. So Dex gets put in a bit sooner, I guess, and slightly less bigger when we can manage to. Yeah, and as far as anything boosting fist damage in this, like, by the time you get Torso Stone, I think that's pretty late. But by no means is it required. I'm trying to think on this one too. I believe it was Homeward from here. Yes. Okay, you got a Homeward from here, then Bone Shard on the exit from Perimeter Bonfire. Or whatever the central one is. Also, Damon, how's your weekend been going, man? I asked everybody earlier. It was like way earlier. I was saying, what are the plans for the weekend? No one said anything other than like 2 people, which makes me think you're not real. You're just AI, man. Or weekend doesn't happen. There's no weekend. You guys have a different calendar. There's no Gregorian influence. Usually when I ask that... Oh, sorry. Is it? Dude, it's the Monday. It's the Monday. You're right. Okay, we're keeping that in there too. You're right, man. Yeah, the last couple of weeks, there's been a few days where I've been completely off. I've been either ahead or behind a day. And I could know the day beforehand, and it doesn't matter. There'll be a point where that changes. More than just prompts, yeah. No, you can take that and you can run with it. You can go in any direction you want now. Not even baiting for engagement at all at that point. Walking in Barcelona, I went to eat Mexican food. Oh, dude, that's amazing. What kind of food did you get? I only had authentic Mexican food a few times, and it took a while to get to the point of understanding what it's like. In the US especially, dude. Oh my god, it's so good. Okay, we didn't get poison there. Perfect. We'll do the homeward from the bone shard here, because I want to actually use it for this run. I think typically, again, you just go through here and then you keep running. You wouldn't use it at all, since Abyss Watchers would either be played to the wire, where you just do silly things and get lucky and throw gambling, like just throw dice randomly, or you glitch them and they don't do anything and it's guaranteed if you can pull off the skip for them. That's the category. Okay, so I don't think we need to replace anything there. We're good. $24, perfect. Okay. CJ, it's going good. How are you, man? Genuine Geisy, what if I just like completely was acting the whole time and I wasn't, though, and I wanted you to think that, and then had very specific scripts that I followed, but then over time they became organic because I actually just had like a mantra specifically. Like originally we wrote scripts and then I got so good at following them that I improv'd it, but it's still not real, and then you thought it was genuine. Yeah, years of faking till you're so good, like that. I mean, like that'd be insane. I'm sure it happens. It definitely could be a thing. Well, think of it this way, though. Like, imagine you were asking somebody, I don't know, like, what is your... Like, okay, someone that you genuinely need the discretion of. Like, it's important to you to get their perspective, point of view. And the situation is, like, serious, and you know them pretty well, but they won't give you the point of view that you need because of how they like to... You know, maybe avoid, like, maybe they want to avoid conflict. Maybe they want to avoid some sort of outcome with the conversation. So they, like, kind of mask it a little bit. Even that engagement alone is technically acting, in my opinion. You could say the whole entire personality surrounding it outside of that could be somewhat genuine, but there's disingenuous things all the time, no matter what. And it's like, that's why I said you can, like, glitch reality by just being, like, pretty raw in certain situations where it's not even, like, controversial. It's just kind of weird because everybody's kind of acting a little bit, right? Some funny things you can do. But I'm sure that's common sense, though. It's just, you know, the uniformity of the societal implications there. No parry on that today. Okay. I'm gonna be the Tarnished in the Elden Ring movie and no hit the movie. If there's a main character, like the Tarnished guy in the movie and he's got lines and stuff, or you know, however they portray them, like that's gonna be nuts. I would never expect them to have a set character like that for who the player character would be. I think that they would just completely remove that character altogether. And I said that for anything they do. Like if they do anything from this series, I don't think they'll have a player character type dude. It'll just be the other characters in the ethos or whatever, you know. It'd be very hard to make that work and then people not be like, well, that doesn't make sense because your character doesn't, like, he's just kind of like disposable, right? Not that important in terms of lore as much. Like definitely makes the lore go full circle, but isn't like the mover of conflict or the person that predicates the existing landscape at all. It's just the afterthought, sort of. Come on, Reggie, let's go. Let's do it. Keep going, Reggie. The backstep goes in with the thrust combo, but gets canceled. Overhead clocks him straight in the dome. Human comes in, gets backstabbed. Tries to distract the clone. Reggie goes back in for the combo, finishes him off. Nice. Phase 2 comes fairly early. I didn't want to miss the backstab, okay. Sadness. What is going to be the plot? I have no idea. There's so much story to go off of for Elden Ring that I'm okay with whatever they choose. The entire story itself, to me, is still really interesting. It's my favorite story out of all of them. And I think I've enjoyed stuff about it even more after having played it. Like, the longer time goes on when I discover other things, because the depth of it is... I don't even know if everyone even still knows the depth of it. I think it keeps going. It doesn't have a premise that's that complicated initially, but the places it goes from there are very weird, actually. And I think it has some of the best NPCs easily in terms of the actual lore itself. Maybe not the function mechanically or in the gameplay, but really, really cool story NPCs. Jack Black is Radagon, yelling Elden Beast. Who plays Elden Beast? I'm gonna vote for Danny DeVito. Oh, I'm joking. That's not even gonna make any sense. Elden Ring movie would be The Shattering. Like that event itself, that makes sense. Is this no hit? No, this is a fist run. $14 more to go to hit your goal weight. You gained 6 since we did the plan. Nice, that's amazing. Congratulations. How long did it take you? What's your average right now per week? Because you wanted to do it like very freestyle. You didn't want like a set amount per week, right? So, kind of curious of what the average is. Hardest enemy in the game is stored rolls. On this game? Yeah, they definitely still exist. I don't get them that often on this one, thank God. It's mainly DS1. That's why I was surprised today with DS2. We got a stored roll on that, and it actually was kind of dangerous. This one, though, it drops inputs rarely, but it's happened in runs before, and that's kind of scary as well. So I've definitely got the dropped inputs on this. Probably the most out of the whole series.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Half a year really did pass by quick. Thanks for the entertainment, Squilla Killer. What boss are you looking forward to the most for this particular run?
The Rock and Kevin Hart as Godskin duo. Oh my god. Who's who? I couldn't see Kevin Hart being the Noble. Noble would be kind of weird for him. Bella Ramsey as the pot guy. I can't remember who Bella Ramsey is. I'm sure I've probably seen her in a movie, but I can't remember from just the name. You have to give me some references. Also, Stealthy Remote, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. What boss am I looking forward to the most for this particular run? The one that I enjoy the most on this. So the thing with this run that's weird is like I actually end up enjoying stuff that normally wouldn't even be ranked close to anything else a lot. So it's hard to pick actually. I don't know if there's a favorite for any percent. All bosses, it has to be Gale still. But yeah, I don't know. I will say Pontiff, usually I really enjoy him playing him quick. I don't like Pontiff on this one at all, really. Pontiff's not that fun. It's okay, but it's not anything special. Aldrich is better by a little bit. Dancer is much better. Ward is amazing. Ward's actually like really good in my opinion. What else do we even have to compare? Dragon Slayer armor is still just as good. I wouldn't say there's a big difference. Princes are better, definitely. Cinder is better as well, but I need to get a dual charm this time so I can cancel his heals. Nameless is like way better when you do all bosses. Yeah, favorite on this one, I actually don't know. Maybe Princes? Because you still get to use, like you want to go for a lot of the speedrun techniques on it, but you have to fight them so long that you can't just get lucky with trading a lot. Because trading on this won't gain you time the same way. Like you actually want to play really accurately. Or not accurately, you want to play like flawlessly for damage more than you do on a regular speedrun. And on a regular speedrun, you need to get hit on purpose sometimes to be fast. Also, Alcahista. I'm not sure if I said that right. Let me know if I said your name right. Dude, why is he still running? Okay, you know what? We're just going to skip this bone chart for now. Unless... Yeah, no, we're just going to keep running. Screw that bone shard, dude. Insanity. Yeah, Alcahista, I hope you enjoy your motes. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Welcome to the silliness. And also, Koroi, welcome back as well. This one, it's going okay. It's not as good as I want it to be, but there's some things that are great on this so far, but I tried the Warrior instead of doing Assassin, and very curious, aside from Irithel Dungeon, like what it's going to be like. Because you start off with a little, like the slightest bit more damage, and then we're going to be leveling the character a little bit better too. I was thinking, I don't know. Spook technically isn't an attack, but we didn't use any magic on the other two, so I was like, you know what? Let's keep that pretty consistent too. Just gonna put the armor on right as it broke. That's cool. So we skipped summoning on Walnir. That was a much faster Walnir. Although they still popped in though. So you could die after he's gone. That's really weird. Okay. That's good to know. Damn. A little scary though. Right. Yeah, no more armor. This fight would be so much cooler if his head tracked your movements. There's a lot of things they could have done for Walnir for sure. It's one of those things that kind of feels like it's from Demon Souls, where you get kind of screwed if you have no idea what's going on, but then once you do it, like I even said, I think if I died on Walnir on certain runs in general, or even got hit on him in some cases, that I'd almost have to like delete the game or something. Ever tried to see if a not charged strong attack destroys bracelets faster? So it's just a damage threshold actually. It's not the stagger value. It's just straight damage. And the time it takes to charge for the damage output on it would just be a lot worse, unfortunately. It's the only issue on this one. There's not a lot you can do that makes it faster other than just light attacks. I do a heavy sometimes if it's like not enough for 2 swings, but perfect to escape on the recovery of the R2. Like very rarely I'll do those. We could, I was gonna say we could do last bonfire. I'm gonna get demon runes anyways. We're already over here. Definitely don't need old demon king, but want the shield though. I think that's definitely worth coming to get. Also, oh, sorry, Endless, I didn't see what you're saying. Big words? The uniformity? Yeah, no, I was just making like a random side note there. But yeah, there's a lot of acting in general, constantly. Like, there's very few people that genuinely would be transparent about everything all the time. Mainly just because of identity roles and stuff. And etiquette in terms, like, there's like it's not upfront. There's like cultural etiquette. There's like worldly etiquette in some cases, learned behaviors and stuff like that, right? Okay, so 98. It's pretty good. Vigor 20. I think we'll do 18. Do 102. And then, oh, we do need something for parries though. I don't like the shield we have right now. I think regular leather shield would still be better. There's a small one. I forget where you pick it up, though. I think... Oh, it is in Settlement, actually. I just realized that. And ironically, we have the bonfire for that, too. So we can go get it really quick. I'm going to take that as a thing that we do here. Ever seen Karthus Worm shoot lightning towards the old Demon King area? Karthus Worm shoot lightning towards the area. Like, you mean past the safe spot? Or towards where you're standing when you're blocked by everything? There's the shield. Wasn't trying to waste more time on that part after they were screwing me, but it would have been smarter to get. Definitely could have been better. Oh, wait, with the ashes too? Let's get some skulls now. With the leftover souls too. Or did I... Wait. Oh, I didn't grab those either. Okay. So 7 skulls... it kind of works, yeah. It definitely kind of works. It works. It definitely works. Oh, I believe. I definitely believe, man.
Souls were lost and drawn from its vessel.
Okay, I'm gonna probably get some funny feedback on this one, but I believe it's pronounced Belaith. Belaith, thank you very much for the brand new sub. I appreciate it, man. You tell me if you identify with the actual proper pronunciation. That's what I was told. For the character Belaith, it's the D's are a TH sound. Wow, imagine that. Yeah, welcome, Belaith. I hope you enjoy your emotes. You're a skeleton now. Better than being Crystal Sage, though. Fist scales with strength. Kaisef, it scales with strength mostly, and then a little bit with dexterity as well. So what I was kind of curious about is on any percent, if you're only doing the mandatory stuff, do you have enough time to justify leveling a little bit of health and getting dexterity to boost the damage more than just pure strength? I know on all bosses 100% you do need to do the dex. Just wondering at what point we're gonna switch it up and level the other one. So we did a lot of strength already. Got 38, man. We cranked it. How goes the run polygon? This one's going pretty decent. It's not too bad. It definitely could be worse. I'm not going to nitpick what could be better. I think it's pretty obvious if you've seen stuff like this. Also, if you just know what dying is, then obviously I died one time. Not ideal. Because we went over this a bit, so I shouldn't do that. But yeah, that's the story so far. I'm also going to be doing Pontiff Stairs, no skulls, so that's the only section in general where there'll be some interesting things happening. I guess technically for not doing Earth, we'll skip too. It's kind of nice to have them for that. But by that point, we could just go back and get the ashes if we really need to. Wouldn't prefer doing that, but we could. Which games have I done so far? We did DS1 and 2, so we're on 3 at the moment. Listen, everybody? Not everybody. So, like, that's the thing. Some people get spared. There are actually not an incredible amount of people that get fisted on this one. Just several times per person. No skulls on this route. I have skulls, and I'm going to be using all of them on deacons. Unless something really cool happens. If I get enough damage on deacons where it makes up for it, by all means, I could save them. And we could even make that happen by making Flynn's Ring go up a tiny bit. I don't think the boost it would do would be enough to, you know, really change anything that much, but that's the only idea I have. That's the only thing that can be changed for damage beyond what we leveled already. But yeah, I definitely have a little bit more at this point on this one. I'd actually say the vigor is similar to the speedrun that you would do for all bosses, even the no major skips one without glitches and all that. I think it's like 17 to 18 vigor that you do for most of it. I sold the skulls. Yeah, exactly. So there was that. That happened. But then we could buy more still. So I think that it was mainly just the idea that I wasted these souls for it. And then we still had an amount that was kind of shitty. This time, though, 7 is doable. I have to play really good on deacons. And for the heal's sake, too, I have to make sure my heals are good. See, that thrall was really unlucky there, because we actually did really good the first time. Him doing that 2 times with that pause in between is incredibly lucky. For him, not for me. Never forget when Hob bought 200 pine bundles and threw a run. Oh, dude, that... I heard of that one. I wasn't there to see it, but I did that on something that wasn't probably as cool as whatever he was doing. I think it was 230. It was the max amount of bundles, well over 200. We're doing a race. It was 2-player, 1 controller. And for my team, I screwed it up. Super classic. How long do I expect this run to be? What is it right now? Let's see. 53 minutes. 2.5 hours, probably. I'd say either 2.5 to 3, something between there. You could see that why that would happen with 2-player 1 controller, though. Oh, it definitely had nothing to do with that at all. It was mainly just the I hit the, I think it was either the up or it was one of the up or down buttons, the opposite one by accident. And then, yeah, we just confirmed the selection. So we just skipped from increase by 1 to increase by max. Is the issue there. 7 hours a reasonable prediction for people to guess under or over for this run? The whole thing? Yeah, I'd say 7 hours under or over. I'll do my best to beat that, but that's my guess. That's what I guess. So don't be mad. Like, I know it's possible, I don't want to make promises on this one. We're gonna try. Or I should say promises for time would be a better way to do it. I'm gonna do my absolute best I can. Okay, we'll use the bad deacon to bring them back here too. With Twinkling Dragonstones, you have Archdragon manifestations of the head and the claws. Okay. Interesting. So you're saying it's... Well, yeah, the Twinkling one's the best one, is it not? Do you know what the damage on the Torso Stone is in this game? Because I've used it. I'd use it for level 1 to get the buff for No Roll Cinder. That's what I was trying out a little bit towards the end of that. Backstab. Ooh. Nice, dude. Got the frames on that. Okay. The outside one. Perfect. See, that would have been a really good one to start off phase 2. One skull to spare for Pontiff Stairs. And then, yeah, we got to go to Irithyll. So one thing I was wondering about this too is if we killed Pontiff Beast, how would we do it? Fighting him normally is kind of scary. I'm sure you'd get a stagger eventually on it. You get a crit, but I don't think it would kill him from hitting him through the wall here. So you'd have to do some initial damage and then just run. So yeah, wondering about that. Because the plan is just right now go to Distant Manor and then get everything set up at Shrine anyways. Nothing beats when Hob died to dialogue in New Vegas. Are you serious? We already finished Dark Souls 1 and 2 in under 4 hours, Lucas. So Dark Souls 1 was an hour 35. And then 2, I actually have no idea. Or no, sorry, did we look? It was 2 hours 30 minutes, right? 2:30 on the dot, I think. I think it was. Or no, sorry, no, I'm thinking of the file for Dark Souls 1. The save file was 1:30. DS2, I don't think it was 2:30. Yeah, combined they were not too much. Because on this one right now we got 59 minutes, and I'm sure in real time it's like over an hour, hour 5. So that wasn't too bad. But again, just consider we're not doing the same damage on those games as this one. We were doing Vanquisher's Seal for Dark Souls 2. So pretty good punch damage, and then the one on DS1 was just nutty, in my opinion. The Dragon Torso Stone is even better than Vanquisher's, in my opinion. No. Okay. Death by the swords, guys. Not even the actual fire trail. I'm trying to think of what we could have done there. That one I didn't really see coming. That was a really good coordination from their attacks there. And then for Embers, we can buy one still. Super easy to stagger if you hit their head. That's what I usually do. I bait them to the end of the bridge and I hit their head until they stagger and then do the crit. Problem is though, even out of the crit, he'll probably still be alive, and then I think his health resets when he teleports, right? Just wondering, I gotta test that ring the next time we do this. We'll see. We'll see if it's better. It won't attack after riposte, just pray. Yeah, and then it teleports across the map, unfortunately. You only have a certain amount of time. It'll show up over here. I don't know if he keeps the same amount of health. That's the only thing. So if we get him to chase me over here and it continues, and then we get the perfect range for where he maxes out over here, it's possible. I think he does get his health back, though. So yeah, with the amount of time you have of him just existing on the bridge at the end of it, I think you'd have to combine it with a bit of damage early on in the bridge, find a way to escape and start running that doesn't get you killed immediately, and then get him to miss you with one charge attack, and then you have enough distance to at least get to where the kind of the barrier is. So I've done something like that before. Now I don't know if you'd have to do that for a while, where you maybe get him to 50% and then do it. But yeah, what I'll do is I'll try to figure that out in the future for when we go back to trying to get the speedy run of this with all of the bosses. I'm gonna try to beat 3 hours 30 minutes, and that ring might help. Might be good. Okay, here we can do Tower Key if we wanted to. With one skull, you know what? Because of the what is it? Irithel Dungeon, the long way. That's probably smart because we need skulls for the rats too. So I'll do the tower right here. Describe your average day when training for something like this. Well, we streamed it, so you can watch it if you want to see. Like we practiced it on stream. Originally, when I had gotten the 333, it was the same process. I just started with the character that had the speedrunning stuff on it because I wanted to do some of the skips. And I had just done no major skips, all boss speedruns within a relative amount of time to doing this kind of run that I remembered some of the mentality of it. And so I kind of incorporated that idea. It still wasn't amazing, but I did incorporate those types of ideas. Let's say there's some regular speedrunning type things going on, but not an incredible amount. It's not silly amounts of it. Like, this is probably embarrassing in the eyes of someone that's actually really good at speedrunning. Like they would probably have reset this one if they were trying to be very fast already a long time ago. But for having fun, having challenge runs, this is perfect. Yeah, what I'm very curious about is, can we do all 5 games in under 12 hours? I don't think so, because Bloodborne, dude, Bloodborne would be pretty long. Amelia with the, I think we could get it down to a 30-minute fight, and Shadows we could get down to 30 as well with the backstab method, or less, maybe. So combined hour between both of them if I practice a lot. And then it's mainly the RNG on that, like how crazy do I want to get with it? Is really the question. Because I know that you take some risks on ROM to do ROM fasts. Mikolash would not be a problem at all. I'd be okay with that. Wet Nurse would be fine. And even if we had to rerun Mikolash, getting to the point of killing him doesn't take as long. Wet Nurse, I don't think we would die. I think we'd be fine. And then there's the question, yeah, it's just the question of the early game. Gascoigne would be fine. $23.9. The helmet? No helmet matters here. Okay. Never mind. The equip load is as heavy as it's gonna get. Or sorry, as light as it's gonna get under 30%. Eris, we zoom in. Yeah, I picked some very quick methods for DS1 and 2. It's kind of interesting, like the difficulty and the time of how long it takes. It slightly increases each time we go up in the game. So like that's why I was saying the ending of this is the hardest. I like that idea though. I'd rather it not start hard and then get easier. I'd rather it be the opposite. Or just be the same the whole time. Can you parry the Phantom? I don't think you can. Oh, dude, I should have rolled that. I'm blaming Nixon. Pontiff, it was Nixon's fault. Yeah, I don't think you can parry the Phantom. That'd be amazing if you could, though. The only reason trying would be tricky is just like you'd probably have to take a hit right after. But for anyone that has gone for it, what did you find? Curious, because I know you can't backstab the Phantom. Yeah, we gotta figure that out though. If you could parry the Phantom but you didn't do a riposte, would it be worth it? Wait, did he get knocked over? Oh no, he did the overhead attack. I thought he fell over. Okay, nothing to pop here. I was gonna pop a soul in between. Can you imagine? Pontiff, but every single time he's stalling, I have to pop a soul. Follow for more tips and tricks. Did you know that in between every single attack on Pontiff you could parry and then you could actually just pop a soul to be more optimized and be speedrunning? But then your speedrun's probably not that fast because you didn't kill Pontiff in 12 seconds. Still alive. The tickle of death here. Oh, we didn't have Lloyd's Sword Ring on at all, even for Deacons, dude. Deacons could have been even better. Wow, I was screwing up big time. Oh. That's not good at all. Well, it's amazing, actually, considering that the damage would have been good. Yeah, that probably cost us, I would say, a couple minutes on that fight. Think you'd have some iframes on the animation. That's true, actually. If he swung right after, the actual parry itself right near the end, before you even do the crit, does have iframes. I only learned that because of doing the hitless run with both DLCs, actually. It took me that long to know that the game does that. And then, oddly enough, Elden Ring, the attacks of weapons themselves, they have invulnerability in some cases, like the fists. The iron balls from Boggart have some invulnerability, which is really weird. I think that's a bit excessive. I was saying before, I think that's a little too easy. There shouldn't be invulnerability on a weapons attack. You know, hyper armor's fine, whatever, maybe some other special things, but how do you get iframes attacking something? Oh. Should have put pants back on. It's because we had no pants. Iron Ball has iframes? It does, yeah. On the punch itself, there are instances where you do an attack and it has some frames on it. It's just a slight bit. It's not necessarily enough to dodge an attack or anything, but there's been instances where you should have had damage calculated. I looked into it. I was asking some people too, and it apparently it has frames on the attack. Full armor can weigh 7 or so and give 20 elemental absorption on this game. Are you talking about for oh, excuse me. Talking about for the full armor set that we have available to us, the Fallen Knight set or the Herald set? Yeah, on this one, the only reason also later on full armor's not applicable to some fights is the damage I'm doing, right? Because Flynn's ring, it would actually decrease the effectiveness of it and make the ring not that important. So to get the most of the entire run, we do have to keep the equip load under 30%. And then also you get the distance of the roll too, which is nice. Could make a short showing the visual with the frames. That'd be a really cool one, actually. Or even to throw into a video with some other things. Okay, so again, just pure damage here. 114. 108. So we already had the strength scaling go down. Getting dex a bit earlier, still keeping 18 vigor. How do you want to beat Aldrich with fists, though? How do I want to do it? So the way it's going to work is I'm going to walk into the arena and Aldrich is going to be like, and I'll just be like, hey, Aldrich, what's going on? He'll be like, no, not too bad. I'll be like, so you want to play some chess? And he'll be like, no, I don't like chess. He's like, but I'm going to just keep chilling here and drinking Coca-Cola off the floor.
Really be careful.
Because the whole room's filled with it. And then I might be like, okay, I'm just going to come punch you in the gelatinous blob, and he's just like, and then so he tries to spawn Gwendolyn to try to kill me, and then I punch so deep into the gelatinous blob that I find the life source and I pull it out of him and he explodes, but it happens in a little bit of a different way than how I explained it there. In reality, I died. I didn't die. Wait, oh, you can live that. Never mind. Dude, that was really good. Okay. I was waiting for the death side. Okay, that was the actual thing I was trying to do the whole time we were doing this run, but now am I safe here? Can I heal right away? Let's see. That was the perfect way to do that. Damn it. Yeah, you and dude, did I lived because of what? Dude, I lived because of the quit out? That was crazy. Or not, I didn't live because of the quit out. I didn't take the fall damage. Unless you don't take fall damage from that, but I'm pretty sure you have to. So, yeah, I must have just like completely exempted. Oh, no. I'm stupid. I'm not stupid, sorry. I'm going to take that back. I am silly. So there's a spot on the floor covered with the goop, and you land on it, and you don't take fall damage, and that's part of the skip. I forgot about that. It's been a while. The first step is literally just getting over the rail and falling there, and then you can put Spook on in case you don't fall on the thing, but if you fall on the perfect spot, you don't need Spook. That is exactly why. Completely forgot about that. Savage, thank you for the bits. I'll be careful. Favorite Souls weapon out of everything? Across the whole series, Moonlight Greysword. If it's just specific games, this one, I like the Soulsword Twin Blades. Moonlight Greysword unfortunately sucks in some of the games, though. That was really good RNG right there. That would be speedrun eye candy if you were on a record attempt and that happened. Oh my god. He did the best attack. He just kind of like lingered there after too for a while. That attack right there is the best RNG. And then I missed the body completely. Come on, man. Okay, so now if we're doing Irithil, definitely a little bit more skulls. Fist damage is okay. If you level a lot, if you sacrifice health and endurance completely, sorry, I should say some health and a lot of endurance, then you are golden on it. You can do enough damage where I feel like some people here with practice, or even just if you're okay with dying and running back on some fights, you'll get it eventually. There are some though that have so much health where that doesn't apply the same way. But see, this is what I should have done for the all boss run with the DLC, and the one where I leveled mainly strength. I could have put in dex this early, kept vigor 18 or so. Basically just enough to not get one shot on a counter hit from the worst attack that we're gonna have mid game to late game, right? And then it's such a difference in terms of how much time it saves that I could have saved like an hour or so probably. And beyond the death on Half-Light that I had on that 333 run way back in time when I first did the Fist Only on this game, I think that death, and like let's say we got to Half-Light and we were slower than we were on that PB, I can still just do a fight and not die, and I get a PB on it. And it will be the quickest one that we've seen, or that I think I've ever found on the internet still. So I've also been looking, so if you guys have any sources of information where someone did Fist Only speedrun on this game and their save file time is quicker than 333, I'm looking for a time quicker than that, because I would love to see it, but also I'm not sure it exists right now. So I need someone to show me that. Knuckle weapons don't count for this challenge. This is just all about the bare fists. But with Dark Souls 1 and 2, you can make bare fists very, very strong with a couple things. So Dragon Transformation's Fist is insane, and Vanquisher's Seal is really good too. Are these Homeward Bones? Yes, there we go. We needed those. Which bosses are left? Yorm, Dancer, Slayer, Princess, and Cinder. Oh, look at this. See, I'm not getting banned from the game anymore. If you don't run on that ledge every single time you come from Profane Capital, and even if you slow down and take one regular footstep but you're still on that ledge, you get banned from the game. Miyazaki will not let you play it anymore. Now, he can't catch everybody doing it, so you've gotten away with it many, many times, and you didn't know this, so I'm warning you now. Just in case he taps into your feed of the game specifically, dude, he'll see the EXE running, he'll be like, he didn't take the outside line on the ledge there, and it wasn't full speed. Absolutely banned. Okay, Yorm, I don't think we're using Estus at all here. Or, like, we'll use Estus if we have to, but I don't think we're relying on it predominantly, so leveling the Estus now would be another time sink. And then the good news is Spook in general is not relevant anymore, so it's just after this area. There's no more skips we can use for it. I think we wasted maybe an extra couple minutes because we went the other way. But again, on this run, that doesn't make a huge difference. It's only when you're doing a super, super serious one. I think I could also get a quicker Yorm too. Were you doing Fist only a few days ago? Yeah, we've been doing quite a bit of it because I've been trying to get ready to do 3 of them back to back. So we had to try the Dragon form for the first time ever and see how the damage was on DS1. So I did all bosses on that. Tried to derust all bosses on this to see if I could beat my time at 333, and then realized, I just didn't route it properly. versus the old run that I did. And then we got a deathless attempt of it with quit outs, and yeah, now we're doing the trilogy, and then I'm gonna be going back and trying to actually beat the time and still get deathless on it. I might even do Greatwood Skip. Actually, I don't even know if that would make any sense. Sorry, I can't say we can do Greatwood Skip. Greatwood Skip wouldn't be enough damage. We couldn't kill him that early. Just realized. I'm trying to think if there's any other skips we could do. I think there's the one in Ring City, for the handrail on the first staircase off of the courtyard with the archers. Here we go, the rings. Okay, so the two vertical attacks, I attack with the R2 on them. R2, where we do a delayed R1, and then I hit into the knee or something. Okay, you have a lot of time on that. And yeah, I think I could do two R2s on the head when he goes down too. RTSR setup. Imagine we could have grabbed it by now. don't think I've seen him do the overhead after that right there that quickly. That's interesting. With no follow-up as well. The odd Yorm occasion. Oh, back-to-back stagger, nice. There's some value in still hitting his other hand when you can, just for that. Sometimes they'll sync up. Oh, see, why am I not connecting the second one on the roll punish there? That's interesting. It's actually insane how the stairs change the depth of his knee as well. Like, it makes it easier to hit his head, but his knee sticks out because of the elevation on it enough to get a third hit only on that occasion. Never on flat from that position. See, the one-handed overhead with no follow-up is amazing. How do we only get that? Yeah, I don't know if we could get the roll attack follow-up either. Might not be a thing. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then get it. Got it? Yes. So that's like max damage you can probably do, unless you were already buffering R1s and punched into him landing right in front of you. But to be in the position for that to happen, it's not gonna be that easy. So it'd still be a bit quicker on this one on average, just I'd have to be doing light attacks as he's falling into his head. Do about 4 or 5 of them, then get the crit. And to reset the final attack into a crit would maybe be like time sensitive enough to fail it sometimes. It'd be hard to pull off. So something like this. I think it's a little bit more damage per second. All right, not bad. Oh, Yorm can't seem to be able to swat that mosquito. Not really. Character's like a cockroach, man. Okay, dancers with 3 flask. Or is a 3 flask fight? That's pretty low overall. I think we got it though. Dark Souls 3 Dragon Stones only. That'd be pretty cool, actually. Yeah, it'd be worth trying. I know that we can combine it with some other stuff, but I wonder how they are by themselves. Also, Grumpy Kitty, what's going on, by the way? I don't think I said hi to you. Welcome. Okay, I think we can actually go back and get the Estus set up a little bit more and level now. It should actually make a pretty big difference on Slayer. With Dancer, you get the auto teleport, so leveling in between, even though it would make it slightly quicker, I think the idea of not warping to run to her actually is still quicker altogether. Makes more sense.
Ashen 1.
Oh, dude, I didn't want to use the skull there. Damn it. Well, good thing we only need 1 for archives, because that's unfortunate. Genuinely only need 1 more for the whole run. But just in case, let's take it off of the point of interest there. Jeez. 149. Look at the scaling now. Now it's actually going up a bit. So 149 is still 100 less than Dark Souls 2 was when we got the Vanquisher seal. But again, that's not scaling. That's literally just straight up the rings damage that it boosts by. Not bad, though. Tumble buffing your fist. That'd be crazy. I'm not sure if you can actually do that in any of the games in general. I'm pretty sure the tumble buffing's on an actual piece of equipment because it has to be something a catalyst can apply an effect to. So when we were originally figuring out, or we were just kind of theory crafting, like, could you do DS1 fists only in general? Before I knew about Dragon Torso Stone having good preset damage, I was saying, like, it would be cool to tumble buff your fists, but then I didn't even think there's no actual asset to apply anything to. It's just, there would be no equipment slot, so how would it be able to buff anything? Usually tumble buff just bypasses the unbuffable weapon, right? So you still have to have a tool for it. Darg, what's going on, dude? Hair's looking fresh. Oh, thank you, man. Didn't watch your streams for a while. Nice to see you still enjoy the Souls games. It would be very impressive for someone to make a series that's not FromSoft, that one-ups it completely. But for me, like, as they make new IPs, they all get better. Every new IP consecutively is better each time. And I didn't expect that from them. I've never actually, like, felt entitled to it, but it's really nice they keep doing good stuff. Because they deserve a pass on something, like a freebie to screw up at this point, in my opinion. But everything they've made is so good. Yeah, anyways, thank you. Yeah, is my hairstyle new? It depends. I guess, like, it's still growing, it's getting longer, but I did the current style that it has right now. It was probably like a month and a half ago or so, and then I've done a similar one myself, but it had more sections. This one just has less sections to it. And it was done by a professional, so it's a little bit better. Okay, can we get this? Ooh, the no damage fall, dude. 2 times in a row since just trying it randomly. That used to be so hard for me to get on runs. Maybe because the pressure. Maybe the pressure on this one's like nothing, so it doesn't matter as much. Must be, dude. I gotta get into a speedrun on this again and just see if we can bust those things out. Like Scream Skip first try, that first try, Angel Skip, all these different things that I think are better. Really good RNG right here. Nice. Oh, it was almost a speedrun god start right there if he did the backhand. That's not bad though. Backhand? Oh, he did the shield backhand, but he didn't do the weapon backhand. There's this setup where he combos you with things, or he goes one after the other with things that just miss you constantly, and you can just kill him off of that completely. You have a good enough weapon, but it's so lucky, and you have to be like really good with positioning. So like, you get one of those by going sideways, get into the stagger, but then his health would already be almost nothing by then with cell swords. Enough damage, and maybe you do a tiny bit of phase 2 and it's over. This has to be the chattest run, this run in particular. I'd agree if we didn't do Vanquisher Seal for DS2. Then, like, we could say DS1's just silly anyways, whatever. But yeah, if we didn't do that, 100%. Made that look so easy, that boss terrorized your first playthrough. It was really hard for me the first time, too. That one took extra practice on top of Cinder. Him and Cinder for any percent hitless, I remember. There was a before bed routine, so 30 minutes of them. Extra beyond everything we already practiced. We still practice them normally anyways, but then there was the extra 30 minutes before bed every single day for like a month. Even get that to a level that was adequate, where I felt decent on it for hitless. And then even since then though too, even the level that was at was like nothing compared to now, just because the requirement for speedrunning it, you really have to let him screw up the fight himself a lot and be able to force every opportunity there is if it's available and check for it every time. And to be able to check for it, you have to be standing in the perfect spot on every single location. And you're usually not going to be able to do it every single time. So it's like, you're gambling the luck of if he actually does do attacks that make him screw up, but then also your placement just is, it's got to be godly on it. The cool thing about that though, is that because the way his attacks work, just the animations themselves, you can fight him in a way that looks really cool, for sure. It looks like you're very quick when you're not that fast. And then there's nothing else really that allows you to do that. And this, it's one of the unique ones. It's very similar to maybe, I'm trying to think of something that you could compare. Maybe Princes, like where they do like the backswing that misses you, but like imagine that constantly and there being other attacks like that as well. Played Dark Souls 3 the first time, summer 2020. Got your ass smacked by Tutorial Dun... I can't even speak. Tutorial Gundyr. I was gonna say Tutorial Dundyr. You were just finished by it. You completed 3rd no death run on Dark Souls 1 and 3 and Elden Ring. Congratulations, man. That's amazing. Deathless on Elden Ring is really cool, actually. I guess even on this too. Like no matter which game, DS1 Gravity is what I'd again expect most people would fail to on that, just falling off of stuff. But yeah, Deathless Elden Ring is really cool. Spent hundreds of tries on Demon Prince. Sounds legit. I believe it. It's funny, actually, one of my buddies that played it, he was streaming it. He had Demon Prince go into the wall and then kill itself. Like, it got stuck near where the exit of the arena is, and it didn't have phase 2. It just died. He got really lucky. It was funny. And he's pretty damn good at these games, too. So, there's some funny things that can happen on that fight I've never even seen with my own eyes. Or, like, on my own screen. You've only done Deathless Sekiro, Kurt. Deathless Sekiro is incredible. That's like one of the hardest ones to get Deathless on. What do you mean? Even with Resurrections, that's really hard. Especially considering how short it is, like whether you pick a Mortal Severance or not. You do Shura as well. Those are both pretty tricky. I think the only nice thing about Sekiro Deathless is you can get back on a good run very fast. Like, it's really easy to reset that game. Unless you're doing something super weird. I like that we went for exactly 100 damage at a time. The even numbers. Mathematicians were endorsing this run.
Ashen 1.
How does it feel somewhat more violent without a weapon? I think it just is more relatable, right? If you were going to walk in the Prince's boss fight, you were going to kill them. A lot of the weapons in this game, I don't feel like people would be strong enough to just swing around like they do, but the fists, you can believe it. You can believe in punching fast, because you've seen people do it in real life, right? So I'm going to go with relatability. Now, in terms of like navigating a teleporting dude crawling on someone's shoulders, that's, I don't know. That's a whole nother thing. Nice fight. Thank you, Hunter. That was actually a good one. That had the potential to be perfect, but I screwed up a couple things that were very funny, actually. They weren't even like normal types of mistakes I'd make. But I do agree, that one was actually pretty good. That and the Slayer were good. I don't think I had the bone on, did I? No, I had Estus on, that's why. I was wondering why we didn't teleport. Oh, dual charms? Let me... Should we chance it? No, we gotta buy dual charms. Gotta buy them. Mike Tyson for real? I should have made Mike Tyson for this whole thing. That'd be amazing. Although Mike Tyson as a dragon would be more scary than him in the arena normally. Like, that'd be a really weird combination. Is there even dual charms here you can buy? Oh, it must be the Untended Grave, so maybe... Or you need an ash for it?
Ashen.
Okay, so we can't even get them anyways. No big deal. Whoever has really done any Souls game Deathless, a playthrough Deathless is basically a huge run back because you still benefit from every time you play the game before that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that definitely is, it carries over for sure. That's why the question for this run too, I'm like, I think there's more stuff than the challenge runs or fists only that go into this one. Some of it is just like the way that you would visualize speedrunning a bit. Even though, again, like by no means would this make a speedrunner look at it and be like, wow, that's really cool. Like someone that's super nice would say that, but people that are like elitist would never like genuinely even, like it wouldn't matter to them really. And it'd probably still be pretty slow, like for the stuff that's not even fist related. So, even though it doesn't execute on a level that speedrunning's pathing and, you know, menus would be and the skips and everything, it technically is helpful to think like that for the fights, because then you save some time, and if you can pull it off, especially if you can do it without trading for damage or anything, it'll probably make it easier for you to play. Just a little bit more demanding at the moment. That's fine, because you did that, so it saves time anyways, because I have to wait. Perfect. That was like super lucky javelin. He stayed in that phase for a while. Okay, that was a pretty damn good Cinder, mainly carried by Javelin Phase 1. He didn't change out of it for a while. Doesn't matter if we do Journey 2 or not on this one. Although we won't. We won't, for sure. Exopia, welcome back. How have you been? Alright, so we got 552. That's with Dragon Torso Stone and with Vanquisher Seal. I was looking to get 10 hours or less without Vanquisher Seal, and I think we would have gotten it on this one, even with Throne Watcher and Defender death. Like, if I died after half an hour on them, as long as we had Giant Lord, probably could have got 10 hours easily. That's good. So, we're going to have to go back to this again and add 2 games to it. And do Demon Souls and also Bloodborne added to it as well, and see if I can do it in one sitting. The order of it might have to be that Bloodborne goes first, though, because it is the hardest in my opinion. But yeah, that was it. You got the points. Got some redemption. Do you guys think Cinder's manifestation of the fire possess? Wait, what? Person that linked the fire? Cinder is a manifestation of the fire. The manifestation possessed the last person that linked the fire. I'm assuming that was a typo. Whole trilogy run in sub 6 hours is going to be wild though. Yeah, that is pretty good. Not bad. Mate Fat Fingered it. Yeah, all the people who ever linked the fire. Yeah, Cinder is definitely accumulation of that. That was the idea for it. I do like the Gwen theme phase too, but dude, the first part of his theme I like more. It's gonna be a controversial opinion. It's one of my favorite soundtracks, but the first part of it is great.